Chivalry of a Failed Knight, Volume 14. Riku Misora. Interlude, Morning Rain. A rainy night that happened many years ago. The lonely girl continued to wait for someone right in the middle of the street. Despite heavy rain, she did not have an umbrella with her. Soon her expectation was over. She noticed a figure who stopped under the same street lamp. Nene. Raising her umbrella slightly, Kurono Takizawa called out to a girl by name. There was not a single note of surprise in her voice. Most likely she expected that she would meet Nene Seikyo here. She, in turn, immediately spoke to her. I heard the last news. Ku-chan, you are finally getting married to Taku-chan. Congratulations. Despite such joyful words, her eyes gleamed viciously. Usually, with such an expression on the face, they do not congratulate anyone. My feelings about your marriage are sincere, simply. Nene narrowed her eyes and continued. In addition to this news, I heard that you are leaving the A-League. What for? I'm waiting for your reply, Ku-chan. In the next match, I was supposed to fight against you, then our battle at the 7-Star. Sword Art Festival was not over, so I was looking forward to a rematch. But are you really afraid of our strength? Oh. Overwhelmed with emotions, Nene Seikyo grabbed Kurono by the collar of her costume. Sorry, but such a slurred answer will not suit me. How dare you get scared right now? You are the strongest knight of the world clock, Kurono Takizawa, ranking 3rd in the world ranking. Why are you scared of our battle? Answer me. During her words, she became inflamed even more. Holding tightly on the collar of Kurono's collar, Nene pulled her to her. But despite this, Kurono did not show any irritation. On the contrary, in a half-bent state, she threw off her umbrella and apologized. The fact that I was scared is not true. I am still not afraid of my own power and the power of Princess Yaksha. But then why are you doing this? Kurono's words did not clarify her thoughts at all. Unclenching the collar, Nene irritably pushed her away from her. Releasing her grip, Kurono straightened her back and began to spread her chewed collar absent-mindedly. I still remember the words Nango-sensei and Ryoma-sensei said to us after the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Namely, that we will ever exceed the limits of our souls. And once, after numerous trainings, preparing to settle scores with my eternal adversary, I saw the image of huge stone doors. These doors were 10 times taller than me. But despite their impressive size, when I touched them, they were ready to easily open to me. I realized that right now I could go beyond my destiny and my abilities. A sense of determination filled me, because that was exactly what I needed in order to continue the fight with you. And when I was ready to cross the treasured line. The scene that Kurono was talking about was familiar to Nene. Of course, a similar image appeared in her mind during the battle against Kurono. But she, without any torment, opened the door and entered the threshold of the unknown. After that step, she ceased to depend on her fate. That door led into the realm of the desperate creatures who intentionally abandoned their human nature. But I heard a voice behind me. A voice. The voice of Takumi. The voice of a person dear to me who, like all ordinary people, came home to dine. Seeing his usual figure, tears of happiness appeared before my eyes. Awakening is a direct road to the kingdom of the desperate, to a place where you cease to depend on your fate. There is no guarantee that my reborn soul will remain the same as before. Awakening, thanks to my fate, I met with Takumi. I don't want to just give up on her. And then I realized that I want to become his future wife, as fate told me. Kurono's entire monologue lovingly stroked her lower abdomen. Before giving up my past personality, I realized what was most important to me, so I abandoned the idea of opening the door. Ku-chan, I have reached my limit. I have nowhere else to go on. This world does not need indecisive people who are frozen in their development, so I decided to leave the high league of the kings of the knights. I have no regrets about this. In Kurono's eyes, an apology was still perfectly readable. Perhaps she felt guilty for abandoning the battle with an eternal rival who was impatiently awaiting revenge after their match at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. But as Nene noticed, in addition to guilt, there was another feeling in Kurono's eyes: steel will, which cannot be convinced by any force in the world. She absolutely did not regret her decision. Even if Nene tries to convince her or shows violence, Kurono's decision will not change. But even without looking not firm will in the eyes of her rival, Nene refused to accept her words. "It is not right. You make a big mistake." Although Nene understood that all her attempts were futile, a loud protest popped out of her mouth. Kurono's desire to become that damn guy's woman is a mistake. Remember Kuchan, that fun when we fought at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival? Yes, that was really fun. Without sparing your life, give your best to victory over the enemy. Then I absolutely did not care how it could end. I felt crazy. Yes, that was it. Right, that is what has always happened. Only in the battle with Kuchan could I enjoy the battle. Yes, if my Kuchan leaves, then I cannot. And yet I can no longer fight like that. I found something more important than my life and pride. Having spoken these words, Kurono leaned forward even more. Sorry. Kurono's head always looked only up. It is precisely such an opponent that Nene has always sought. Therefore, looking down at her, pain flared up in her chest, as if her heart had just cracked into pieces. Stop it. I do not want to look at you from the bottom up in this way. They thought they would always be together. But now their roads have diverged and will never cross. It is sad and very sad. Sorry. Unable to restrain her sobbing, Nene's tears flowed down her cheeks to her tightly pressed lips, wet from incessant heavy rain. The next day, Night World Watch's Kurono Takezawa officially announced his retirement from the Major League of Kings of the Knights. Chapter 19. Confrontation between the desperate, the war between Vermilion and Cledland, captured by terrorists. Thanks to negotiations with King Lune's puppet battle format, has been selected the Royal Battle. 5 members of one side clashed in a battle with 5 participants of the other side in Cledland's capital, Lucerne. Immediately after the outbreak of the war, the Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion and the homeless knight Ikki Kuragain defeated their rivals in the fairly easy battles: Golden Wind, Johann Christoph von Kolbrand, and BB. During a fierce battle between the hulking killer Yui Tatara and Dirty Rose Ein, the representative from Cledland lost again. In fact, we can say that the alignment of forces became 4-2, and the Vermilion team won the war. But such a conclusion would be hasty, because the remaining representatives from Cledland were desperate, being the main force of the team. They were the initiator of this war, king of Orgol puppets and the strongest mercenary in the world, Habib Nassim al-Salem, who, with his strength, could easily capture any country. His violence, which had no borders, has already destroyed many nations. Cledland's trump card, capable of independently turning the tide of battle. Until they are defeated, it is too early to talk about Vermilion's advantage. Nevertheless, Vermilion prepared and put his strongest fighters against the main force of the Cledland team. The fighter, the pride of France, who took 4th place in the Premier League of the Kings of Knights, Black Knight Iris Ascarid, who, in addition to all of the above, was his real older sister, opposed the king of Orgulit puppets. Her armor, Orihalcus, famous for absolute defense, was the pride of the league. It was thanks to the armor that Iris managed to repel all the attacks of Orgul and continue the pursuit of him. Her fierce onslaught can be attributed to an obsession with the enemy. It is only a matter of time before she catches Orgul, although so far he has managed to escape from her with the help of his threads. And a woman spoke out against Kabub, resembling a little girl dressed in a bright red kimono. She was the strongest knight in Japan, ranking 3rd in the A-Rank League and known as Princess Yaksha. After the War Razor jumped unexpectedly from the roof of the Royal Cledland Palace and attacked, she alone withstood the Mictoran Tormento storm without a single injury and continued to stand still. This was proof of her strength, because the storm of Nassim left a lifeless wasteland around her. During the Battle of Chaldea, they were interrupted, but now they were given a chance to continue the battle. Kokiruyatagarasu 1. 1. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, black sword. 8-span crow, black blade. 8-span crow. Jibikujin and Mictoran Tormento. Their incredible magical powers clashed with each other with a deadly intention to crush and destroy the enemy. The center of the clash of magic forces was so dense that the drones could not in any way broadcast their battle. As soon as Nene collided with Kabab, she immediately used her ability. Her noble art was to control gravity. She released this power in the form of black magical light, capable of overshadowing the sun. Her device, Baniro Ajaha, looked like a pair of metal fans that could cut anything. It's all about gravitational blades, which, like double-edged blades, formed from each fan blade. The length of each Baniro Ajaha gravitational blade reached more than 3 meters. And from the very beginning of the battle, Nene danced with them. Gracefully moving, she brandished her blades towards Habab, as if inviting him to a dance. From ancient times, there was a close connection between fencing and dance movements. The basis of the dance movements was the movement technique from the No theater too. But theater originated in the 14th century and quickly became fashionable among the samurai and the highest aristocracy of the Tokugawa shogunate. It is believed that if you master the fencing art and dance movements at the same time, then no martial artist can ever defeat you. This is precisely what her teacher, God of War Nango Torajiro, who is fluent in both the dance and sword art, proved it. The combination of such incredible arts together, this was the martial dance of Princess Yakshi Nene Seikyo. It was to them that Princess Yaksha wanted to show her fighting spirit to the enemy. Elegant but cruel at the same time. Each swing of her gravitational blade is filled with grace. No mental control. She completely surrendered to her feelings. Her sword dance was completely different from Alma's Kekujitsu Isenryu technique, Ritsu no Kavami Amatsu case. Excluding mental control and using only feelings, her movements were super fast and completely excluded the possibility of being read by the enemy due to the lack of a fixed attack pattern. If Edelweiss was considered the strongest swordswoman in the world, and the art of wielding the Ikki sword was called the pinnacle of skill, then the Nene martial dance can be called the culmination of everything previously mentioned. Indeed, such a thing can be mastered only by merging a unique martial style and dance art, saturated with the highest grace. Thanks to its fighting dance, Nene's gravitational blades cannot be slowed down or stopped. At least it was until this moment. Gaha. Continuing to dance, she made 7 quick lunges towards the torso of Nashim. But its blades did not reach the body of the enemy and hit an invisible wall. The magic barrier. No, it was not a barrier. With a set of abilities like turning the body into sand and Mictoran Tormento, you can mitigate enemy attacks to survive a part in someone else's magical power. Although he is the famous Kabab, with one barrier it is impossible to defend against focused attacks with a gravitational blade. Then, what did he use if not a barrier? The answer is simple: left hand. His left fist was extended towards Nene. The hand, protected by the black toxicator glove radiating hopeless darkness, constantly moved towards the Nene gravitational blade and repulsed all blows. To be brief, Nassim used a jab. Squeezing his fist slightly, he quickly threw it forward, repulsed the attack and returned it back to its original position. Jab is one of the main types of punches in boxing. It was this attack style that Nassim chose in the battle against Nene. The strength of the jab is not too great compared to the uppercut 3 or swing 4. Usually it is used as an additional blow to control the battle and keep the enemy at a distance. 3. Classic bottom kick in boxing. 4. Used a shackle in boxing, which is inflicted from a long distance. But in spite of such a minus, the jab had an advantage that was not possessed by uppercut or swing, namely speed. Jab is one of the fastest existing attacks. No, if you look at various martial arts like karate, then the title of fastest can be challenged, but you should not forget something. This type of attack is used by the strongest mercenary in the world of Nassim. He is able to move his hand so quickly that only residual images remained in the air. It was because of them that Nene could not get on Nashim, thinking that there was an invisible barrier in front of her. But Nassim admitted that fighting against the high-speed combat dance of Nene is difficult. Despite the fact that he repulsed all her attacks with his left fist, this does not mean that his hand is invincible. The enemy can take advantage of an uncomfortable strategy for him, namely to choose a close-range battle. His attack is designed for use in a battle at a medium distance, because the jab is applied from a straightened stance by extending the elbow of the left arm extended forward. In close combat, he will not be able to fully straighten his arm, so the speed and attack power will greatly decrease. Something similar happened to him at the Battle of Chaldea. When fighting against Stella, he missed a blow from her. Do not forget that Nene Seikyo is a miniature woman. With its dimensions, combat dance is effective even in confined spaces, and in close combat, she will be more dangerous than Stella. What can I say? In the A-Rank League, Nene was firmly entrenched in the title of the strongest knight at close range. But despite such a clear advantage, she did not choose a battle in close combat. She did not rush forward and did not seek to impose this type of battle on the enemy. On the contrary, although all the attacks of Nene were repulsed by Nassim, she continued to maintain the length of the gravitational blade. And even when her enemy reduced the distance with her, she stepped back and continued to attack him from afar. Why, you ask? The answer is simple. Nene had good reasons for this. She did not want to directly contact Nashim's right fist. His dead-end impact boasts unrivaled attack power that can destroy the Earth's crust by killing the Earth. In addition, this technique is capable of crushing any space debris that Nene was pulling with gravity using the Hado. Tensei ability. Nashim's right fist destroyed many countries and killed too many people. His whole fist was saturated with the smell of death. It is dangerous to fight against the enemy, knowing that he has the potential of a nuclear warhead in his sleeve. If Nene comes too close to him and makes a mistake, the enemy will immediately take her life. And this is exactly what Nassim sought. If you know what the enemy wants, then it is better to play it safe and fight long distance, attacking only with magic. That is what Nene thought. No fuss and dangerous proximity with the enemy. Only magical attacks from a distant position that protect her from Nashim's right fist. But Nassim continued to advance, and Nene retreated. This has been going on since the beginning of their battle. However, the sound of Nene's step lagged behind that of Nashim. Expected, because Nassim was rapidly rushing forward. And finally, GHH. The moment came when Nassim first hit Nene's gravitational blades for the first time. After a protracted battle, Nashim's fist, tearing the atmosphere at a breakneck pace, rushed to Nene. Thanks to dynamic visual acuity, Nene managed to track his blow even at that speed. Dangerously. In addition to incredible speed, the blow of Nassim was strong enough to knock down Princess Yaksha. Nene is not as hardy as Stella. If she gets hit by such a force, she won't get away with a simple knockout. No doubt the enemy will take her life. The only chance of dodging is to gain distance again. But it's not so easy to do. The speed of Nashim's advance is much higher than the speed of Nene's retreat. If she unsuccessfully retreats and substitutes, then instant death is guaranteed to her. Before retreating, she needs to allow Nassim to lunge in her direction and skillfully dodge. Only when his blow goes into milk, she can break the distance. The only way. In no case should you change the order of actions. One must fully concentrate on defense and try to dodge the blow that brings death. Only at the last moment did Princess Yaksha's plan become clear. As soon as Nassim invaded her space, Nene cancelled the gravitational blade and returned the former appearance to her Baniro Ajaha device, namely the shape of the fan. Waving it, she reflected his blow in a dance movement. But how did she manage to evade the blow rushing towards her at incredible speed? Indeed, even in dance movements, her speed could not overtake the speed of Nassim. Everything is simple. The success of a defense depends not only on movements, but also on the right tactics. From the very beginning of the battle, there was an advantage between her and Nassim. As previously mentioned, this advantage was the difference in growth. Nene was a very miniature woman, and Nassim, in turn, was quite tall. If they were both standing on a flat surface, Nassim's fists could only aim at her head. It was this growth difference that helped Nene narrow down Nashima's possible attack area. After all, Nassim was constantly aiming only at her upper body. Knowing the target of the enemy and the alleged trajectory of defeat, Princess Yaksha is not difficult to evade. Even the incredible fast attack speed of the enemy no longer inspired fear when her eyes adapted. It's time for a retaliatory attack. Nassim's eyes widened in amusement under the sunglasses. His swift attack with his fist in the nose of Nene, at the last moment, deviated from the original trajectory. And no, Nassim's hand did not flinch. Sensation, as if the space around his fist was distorted. Spatial distortion. Nene, accustomed to Nassim's jabs, calculated the trajectory of his next blow and distorted the space around his fist using her gravitational force. Now they were in critical proximity to each other. Any unsuccessful blow at such a distance is close to a deadly mistake. Nassim quickly returned his left hand to its original position and tried to attack again, but it was too late. While he was preparing to swing his next jab, Nene quickly sat down and formed a single long gravitational blade from her device. Her goal was Nassim's ankles. She will not be able to chop off Nassim's left hand, protected by a dark glove. In addition, her choice of goal was due to the fact that the style of boxing meant protecting only the upper body, completely neglecting the protection of the lower part. Indeed, according to the rules, boxers could not beat each other below the belt. That is why Nene decided to take advantage of this weakness. She had an opportune moment for a counterattack, no need to hesitate. But the Nene gravitational blade, flying parallel to the surface of the earth, suddenly stopped. Nassim was to blame for this, who stepped on her Baniro Ajaha device and crushed it with its weight. She seized the opportunity and attacked with a force that exceeded the limits of man. But even so, it was not difficult for Nassim to cope with her attack. Big miscalculation from Nene. Now, when her attack was repelled and the device was blocked, she was already in a dangerous position. Kabab does not hesitate and will certainly seize the opportunity. Heck. Pulling down her Baniro Ajaha device, Nassim prepared to use his trump card. Dead-end impact. It was this technique that caused the landslide of a large part of the territory of Chaldea and destroyed the Hadu Tensei meteorite Nene. Deadly fist with the ability to dryness. Tilting her body down, Nassim's right hand began to move and rushed from the bottom up to Nene's jaw. His hand rushed toward her with the speed of a baseball fired with all his might. Uppercut, carrying the power of destroying everything and everything, quickly overcame all spatial distortions and approached Nene in order to enjoy its life. And his blow hit the target. But Nassim did not stop the attack on this. Even after the blow, he did not slow down his fist, thereby raising his opponent high into the sky. Due to friction, the atmosphere burned, leaving a trail of white flame behind his hand. No doubt his attack was to kill Nene. But his right fist did not feel that he had taken her life. The thing is that, at the very last moment, Princess Yaksha released her device from her hands and dodged the attack, escaping death. For the second time during their fight, Nene was not at a loss and quickly orientated herself. Usually, when you go into attack mode, the defense goes by the wayside and concentration is lost. But this battle is completely different. He will not forgive the slightest mistake. Therefore, Nene, even during her last attack, held in her head the possibility of a counterattack from Nassim with the right hand. Thanks to this, she successfully managed to dodge and retreat a considerable distance. Tearing the distance, Nene used the force of gravity and returned the spiritual device back to her hand. Nassim, in turn, silently lowered his left hand. In fact, they returned to their original positions. From the very beginning of the battle, both fighters showed themselves equally in defense and in attack. With outstanding combat abilities and extreme concentration, their battle was on an equal footing. Both fighters still could not inflict that decisive blow to their opponent. But even despite such an impasse, a fierce smirk did not disappear from Nassim's face. After all, he was still convinced that it was he who would win. "Your last attack was not bad," Nassim Nene praised, who managed to safely dodge and run away from him again. "Dodge my blow and attack sharply on the legs, which are the most vulnerable due to my fighting style. I praise, it was indeed an ideal moment for an attack, which I had no way to prevent, but oddly enough, I'm still alive. I managed to reflect your super-fast lunge without any difficulties. I wonder how I was able to do this." With a fearless grin, Nassim resumed his advance on Nene. He wanted to restore the old rhythm of the battle, namely, to reduce the distance with it again. In response to his words, Nene again transformed her Baniro Ajaha device. Her metal twin fans took the form of gravity blades. Like last time, her gravitational blades were more than 3 meters in size. Without a doubt, she again wanted to keep her distance from him and attack with long-range attacks. Seeing all her preparations, Nassim sighed heavily. "Hee, what an unbearable woman. Even now, you are afraid of a direct battle with my right. However, your vigilance has already paid off. But how long are you going to run away from me, constantly hiding with your blades?" Even during his speech, Nassim did not stop coming. Without slowing down, he tried again and again to catch up with Nene and catch him. But Nene constantly interfered with him, waving her gravitational blades. Useless. Nashima was not at all bothered by Nene's attacks with twin fans. He beat off all of her blades with his left hand and was rapidly moving forward. In response to such a furious onslaught, Nene constantly stepped back to maintain her distance. "Do not run away." Nassim moved much faster than Nene. "I will not let go." The distance between them decreased again, already less than 2 meters left from the previous distance. It is enough for Nassim to take one big step to directly face Nene. But Nene was well aware of all this. This has been repeated an infinite number of times since the start of their battle. Princess Yaksha is not stupid enough to just put up and do nothing. And something strange happened when Nassim once again repulsed gravity blades. Gravity blades, completely unexpected for him, cracked, crumbled into small pieces, and turned into countless dark butterflies. It was one of Nene's techniques, Kuroshido 1. 1. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Black Death Butterfly. Black Death butterflies supergravity energy mines that mimic butterflies. Their appearance was calming and relaxing, but in reality it was bombs whose explosion power reached 10 tons of TNT. This incredible power technique surrounded Nassim in no time. No matter how strong his left hand is, he will not be able to knock down all the butterflies at once. Nonetheless, a simultaneous attack from all sides at once. A good idea, but useless. Habub didn't even move. Surrounded by the deadly Kuroshido technique, Nashima's face has not changed in expression. His opponent used an incredible technique. Therefore, I will also show you something interesting, Nassim said, closing his eyes, completely surrounded by the Kuroshido technique. What was he going to do? However, Nene did not have to think about it. She was given a great chance to attack. Do not pay attention to the strange behavior of Nassim. About 200 Kuroshido butterflies surrounded him. You just need to blow them all up at the same time. The moment, and all the Kuroshido butterflies holding Nassim in a tight ring exploded. The shock wave hit him from all sides at the same time. Extremely powerful attack, which just cannot be dismissed with your left hand. In addition, Nene specially surrounded him on all sides with a gravity wall so that he could not turn into sand and escape. The black glow from the Kuroshido explosion engulfed Nassima, who was standing silently in one place. Suddenly, Princess Yakshi Nene Seiko's eyes widened in amazement. Even though her Kuroshido technique covered Nassim from all sides with powerful explosions that still haven't stopped thundering, he still continued to stand calmly, the epicenter of the explosion. His eyes were shut tight. Of course, he had a good reason for such an act. After a moment, the stunned Nene realized what her opponent was doing. Cleverly pull them all out with their eyes closed. Hee. With a wry smile on his face, Nassim extended his left hand, protected by the Toxicator glove, toward Nene and unclenched his fist. A dozen crushed butterflies fell to the ground. These were the Kuroshido butterflies. Falling to the ground, they faintly emitted light. Only this dozen could take my life. All the rest was just a bait designed to divert attention. When I caught and destroyed these special butterflies, your technique ceased to pose any threat to me. Yes, simple butterflies also had good potential for an explosion. But their power was not enough. They only hurt me a little, no more. Hee. Perhaps you are tormented by the question of how I could find them all. And how was he able to evade your sudden rapid attack in your last battle? It's simple, I have the ability to predict the future. The future. Probably for you Japanese it will seem nonsense, but my hometown is a place in which dictators and rebels continuously fought each other for half a century. I was born in the womb of a woman who died from an exploding bomb. This is probably why death always follows me from my very birth. I always smell the person who is trying to kill me. This gas-like smell literally annoys my nose. I call it the threat smell. Humans are creatures driven by emotions. Before doing anything, the emotion of impulse comes first. The source of such emotions is not only our consciousness, but also unconscious instincts. An expert in saving people from dangerous situations on one of the tasks, instead of helping another person, saved himself. My body started moving before I realized this, he said. When a person prepares for battle, he experiences hostility, rage, and the intention of killing an enemy. If you practice, you can learn to feel all the hostile emotions of the enemy. Of course, you, Princess Yaksha, could learn something similar. Unites before attacking emit a thick smell of excitement, rage, and my body responds very well to all your signals. The perception of Nassim, sensing the intention of the enemy, gave commands to the body faster than the brain. And while the enemy was just getting ready, Nassim's body was already ready to resist enemy attacks. No doubt my explanations could not but surprise you. It's easy for me to prevent or avoid an attack when I know what my opponent is going to do. I don't even have to shy away from every blow if I understand that he will not be able to take my life. Now that you know that I am foreseeing the future, what will be your next actions? The story of Nassim really disoriented. The ability to smell the brain signals of the enemy earlier than their master. All this sounded implausible. A terribly stupid and absurd story. But, watching your movements, I understand that your words are close to the truth. Nene decided not to brush aside his words, but to take them seriously. After all, the sight that was happening in front of her went beyond the usual reaction. Hearing her words, Nassim's mouth grinned in a wide grin. I am not kidding. I can smell a sniper about to pull the trigger, a kilometer away from me. Without this, I would not have survived to this day. I did not use any of my abilities, but I was able to survive after all your attacks thanks to the sixth sense, which I call hypersensitivity to war. It is much more reliable than sight or hearing. This feeling is directly related to my instincts. It is because of this that I do not need to specifically control my body. It alone decides what to do to protect itself from attacks that could harm my life. No matter how sharp or quick your attacks, you cannot deceive my instincts. Therefore, if you want to kill me, then you only need to do one thing. Put all your strength in one blow and break through my defense. Come on, attack me, give it a try, although I still won't let this happen. While Nene is afraid of his right hand, she poses no threat to him. Pushing off the ground, Nassim rushed to Nene. Of course, Nene was ready for such an attack. Her long gravitational blades were ready to keep Nassim at a distance. Useless. Nassim's fierce blows rushed towards Nene from both sides. He has become even faster. Each of his attacks was given by an impulse in her body. Attacking both left and right simultaneously, Nene's stance began to break. Nassim got too close to her. Suddenly, his flurry of punches concentrated on her left side. All his attacks with his left hand were concentrated in the area of her head. Of course, this barrage was thought out. He specially attacked with all his might, so that it would not stop him from delivering the last decisive blow with his right hand. In this fierce onslaught, Nene, as before, tried to defend herself with the help of her spatial distortions. But the strategy, previously worked, failed miserably. Spatial distortions curved its impact trajectories, but it didn't stop Nassim. He straightened them right away, and his fists flew back to where he was aiming. Nene's trick didn't work. Nassim's fists still showered her with blows and did not give a chance to escape. The ongoing storm of attacks forced Nene to adopt a dangerous strategy. She spun on the spot in a dance and began to repel Nassim's left hand with her Baniro Ajeha device. It was a terrific plan to achieve incredible protection with his miniature body. But the situation is still difficult for Nene. Nassim's left hand was highly productive, combining incredible speed and powerful attack power. In mid-range combat, his strength reached maximum efficiency. In addition to his left, he possessed hypersensitivity to war, which gave him an additional advantage. What to do? If Nene tries to close the distance with Nassim and accidentally runs into a blow to his right, this fight will be the last in her life. But it's also impossible to retreat. Nassim pushes too violently. When fleeing, she can only once again stand under the blow. If you can't move forward and backward, it remains only to stand still and defend. Just like the last time, although no spatial distortions no longer affect Nassim, things are much worse. Interesting. Continuing to attack Nene, Nassim noticed something special in her defense and attack. Still striking blow after blow, his fist gets a strange sensation. Attacking at ultra-fast speed, his left fist prevented the enemy from breathing. Nene, spinning in a dance, reflected his blows with double fans. When their spiritual devices collided, magic light scattered in all directions. A fierce battle at a medium distance took place between them, but Nassim's fist only felt contact with a rag. All his great power could not break through her defense. Having attacked like this for some time, Nassim began to understand what was happening. By the way, Princess Yaksha, was your famous god of war your teacher? Constantly twirling his body in all kinds of movements, he could find an infinitely soft defense, which reflected any enemy blow. And during the Second World War, the god of war Nango Torajiro on the southern front fought alone in fierce battles against numerous enemies. Of all the fights, he came out unscathed thanks to his technique, Kenkyoku Tsurugi no Maiwan. Then he got his nickname, Impeccable. I immediately learned this technique from those rumors. Although, it is not surprising that you used it against me, because your opponent is not an ordinary small fish that you are used to. It is commendable that you decided to defend against my punches with your left hand with the help of it. One Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, sword music, dance of the sword. Sword music, sword dance. Nassim praised the actions of Nene. Hearing something like that from his lips was something unbelievable. But Nene did not care about his words. She only answered with mockery at his praise. He, what a stupid mouth you said. What? Although what to expect from an ignoramus who knows nothing of elegance. It's not even surprising that you compared the graceful dance of a beautiful girl with that of the old man's octopus. And, even during their conversation, Nene continued to spin elegantly in the dance, reflecting all the lunges with Nassim's left hand. A wide smile and a sharp gleam in her eyes, no doubt she is absolutely confident. Such confidence is well-deserved. Nassim admitted that she was perfectly able to reflect the whole flurry of punches from his left. But no matter how Nene was spinning, her technique was intended only for protection. I don't feel any smell of threat from this woman. This was further evidence that she was fully focused on defense and did not intend to attack in any way. Kenkoku Tsurugi but Mei is unsurpassed protective equipment, but unlike its counterpart, Tanyamako too, it does not involve reciprocal counterattack. The owner of this equipment was fully focused on defense, and until the threat ends, his defense will not be interrupted. Two Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, perfect beauty. Nene is truly cornered, since she uses a similar technique. But even in such a critical situation, her face did not change in expression. Nassim, possessing the ability to smell threats from the enemy, did not understand anything. Firm confidence and impatience, not leaving her face as if they were for him, an invitation. As if she was tired of waiting and invited to attack with her right hand. Two impudent emotions for the person who constantly ran away from him. Then there was one thing left. Your expression. Okay, I won't make you wait anymore. Having carefully aimed at the upper part of Nene, Nassim made a sharp attack with his right hand. His fist aimed straight at her face. Dangerously. Dead-end blow. Nassim had unrivaled destructive power. But fear was not only worth this power. This technique will kill her even if she repels his attack. Naturally, in such a situation, Nene adopted the only correct tactic: escape. Do you want to hide from the radius of the defeat of dead-end impact? Unexpectedly for herself, Nene felt her back hit something. An obstacle that was not behind her suddenly appeared. A Sajin high iron wall. It was created by Habub using his magic. Releasing it through his legs, he destroyed the rock formation underground, pulled out iron ore and formed a barrier for Nene from it. Arising behind her, the wall blocked her escape path. And at the same time, provided her opponent with an excellent opportunity to attack. Dead-end impact. The right fist, in a whirlwind of black dust, rushed to the head of Nene. As soon as he touches the enemy, a deadly touch will dry all the water and turn the body of Nene into dust and sand. Although Nene didn't succeed in escaping, for some reason she quickly threw her Baniro Ajaha device into her left hand. Clutching the fist of her free hand, she made a gesture as if she wanted to scoop something up. Her movements were similar to the technique of Eiko style, in which the defender merges with the attacker without collision and takes possession of him, using internal energy to perform the oncoming technique. But useless. Something like this could not stop Nassim in any way. Eiko's style is not bad in itself, but like any technique, it had limitations. Standing on the rails, you will not be able to push the train moving on you. As soon as you touch it, it will immediately blow you. This is an obvious fact. Right now, his fist of absolute power has been pulled to the limit. She will not be able to repulse his blow to the right. Perhaps if she had used one of her abilities, instead of running from the very beginning, she would have been saved. But having made the decision to escape, she signed herself a death sentence. And awareness of what had just happened could not have reached Nassim. His dead-end impact passed over Princess Yaksha's head and crushed the iron wall behind her. What the heck? Despite the shock state, he felt a strong return in his hand. Without a doubt, he attacked Nene with great force. But at the last moment, she somehow managed to escape from his blow. While Nassim stood still, digesting an unexpected turn of events, Nene suddenly attacked him with Beniro Ageha, holding the device with both hands. Did she intentionally attack me? Wasn't that a counterattack? It was definitely not. Her blow had a clear goal. But why? Why didn't I feel her thirst for blood and murderous intent? Another incomprehensible and inexplicable mystery gripped Nassim's consciousness. But before he could wake up from his thoughts, Nene, spinning like a spinning top in a combat dance, delivered 10 quick punches. Gravity blades did not allow Nassim to turn into sand. They cut off his right arm, left leg, pierced his torso, injuring his internal organs, and inflicted a deep diagonal cut on his face. She shredded him without any hesitation, not a bit of pity for the enemy. Immediately after the last blow, Nassim's body, which suffered severe wounds, staggered and crashed to the ground with a loud, splashing sound, soaking the soil with blood and other excreta. Be able to feel the emotions of the enemy. I agree, this is truly incredible power. After all, this means that you are able to read the hearts of your enemies. But you made a mistake in something. I don't need to think about your murder at all. Nene said, covering her mouth with a fan device. Her cold gaze constantly watched Nassim. After all, you are another insect for me that just needs to be crushed. There are no necessary emotions in my heart for you. A helicopter over the battlefield, still circling in the sky above Lucerne. It housed a commentator who followed the fighting events from below. The war was held according to the rules of the League, so he represented its interests. Unfortunately, Boomer was chosen as a commentator. Sitting on a helicopter, he looked at the images transmitted by the drones and commented on what was happening on the battlefield to all the spectators. A mediocre knight deals with BB without any difficulties. The Crimson Princess charges a powerful slap in the face of the Golden Wind. The battle in the Royal Rose Garden, located in the city center, also came to an end. The hulking assassin and the Dirty Rose, clashing in a fierce battle, incapacitate each other at the same time. The alignment of current forces, 4 against 2 in favor of Vermilion. The war is getting closer and closer to the final outcome. Vermilion is left with a little pressure on Cledland's remaining forces. As you can see on the screens, the battle between the Puppet King and the Black Knight is also in full swing. Hey, wait a minute. Unexpectedly for all, drones begin to broadcast a completely different picture on the air. They transmitted the image of the place, where the huge front gates of the castle city of Lucerne were previously located. It was here that, unexpectedly for all, Nassim opened the war, provoking a battle with Nene. Due to the clash of 2 incredibly powerful magical forces, their battlefield was covered from the eyes of the audience with dark magical light. But now this dark light was gradually clearing up. The same place at the front gate, drones can finally broadcast the battle in this place. Lord, I understand all the feelings of the audience when I see this picture. What the hell happened here? As soon as all the dark light disappeared over the battlefield, many viewers watching live broadcasts could not hold back a loud scream. How is this possible? Not even a ruin left. The territory with a diameter of about 3 kilometers, all this time covered with dark magic light, turned into a lifeless wasteland. All disappeared completely. The commentator did not exaggerate. The terrain has completely lost all vegetation. Even concrete structures and stones turned to dust. Before the eyes of all the audience, there was only a rare steel frame resembling a skeleton. 1/7 of the city of Lucerne was completely wiped off the face of the earth. Only one knight in the world is capable of such disasters. Without a doubt, all this is the work of that monster Habub. Princess Yaksha, where is she? Is she alive? To better see the outcome of the battle, several drones immediately began to fly closer to the battlefield. Soon, one of the drones discovered a figure standing alone in the center of the desert. Pushing, no. Really, no, this is Princess Yaksha. The lonely standing figure belongs to Princess Yaksha Nene's sake, and at her feet, plunging into the sand, torn to shreds, Habub. In the battle at the front gate, Princess Yaksha came out the winner. A man dressed in a charming bright red kimono stood firmly on his feet. All viewers of the live broadcast, watching the figure of Nene, screamed loudly with delight. Of course, among them were the inhabitants of Vermilion, who closely watched the war live. Oh, Daya, as expected from a knight in third place in the world ranking. Wow, what a disgusting bloody mess. All the sand was soaked in blood. No doubt he's dead. How cool. Did she really manage to defeat that monster? We believed in you, Nisan. Ordinary townspeople and soldiers all congratulated Nene through the monitor as one. Even the king of Vermilion, Sirius Vermilion, who was watching the battle like them, raised his tightly clenched fist high up in delight. He still had a fresh memory in his head when he and Nene saw off Stella at the airport. Then her aura greatly frightened him. But now Sirius was absolutely sure that fate itself had sent them such a reliable ally. The judge, temporarily evacuated all this time, went to the battlefield to confirm whether Kabub was alive. But in my opinion, all this is absolutely pointless. Even if it is placed in a regenerative capsule, such wounds cannot be cured. It is difficult to imagine a man who would survive after such a. True, not a single person can survive after such wounds. Therefore, the team of Vermilion could only fight with the last enemy, the main culprit of all the turmoil, king of the puppets Orgol. This idea was shared by absolutely everyone. Except one person. This is not the end. Opponent of Princess Yakshi Nene Seiko thought differently. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? You have no arms, legs, all your internal organs are badly damaged by me. You are not even able to stand up. Hee ha 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 ha. Nene Nassim burst out into words with a loud laugh. Blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. And right after the laugh. What a shame. I thought I would kill you with that blow, and how a complete idiot came too close to you. Nassim lifted the bloodied upper torso. Despite the laceration on his face, through which his skull was perfectly visible, he did not stop smiling. God, you are mine. Hubub is alive. Hubub, who must die from heavy blood loss and numerous wounds throughout his body, raised his body. Is he immortal? The commentator shouted loudly, refusing to believe his eyes. This reaction was not surprising. Nassim's throat was dissected. Through the open wound, the cervical spine was perfectly visible. The abdomen was opened, and internal organs protruded from numerous wounds. Death from pain shock. Even if he survived, he had to die at that very moment. But Nassim refused to die. He acted as if all these injuries meant nothing to him. Why? All the spectators asked themselves. But the answer to this question was known only to Nene. After Nassim missed her counterattack, relying too much on her sixth sense, Nene thought their fight was over. But just think of his left hand reacted so quickly, thought Nene with a bitter smile, examining her right hand. The fingers of her little hand holding the Beniro Aja, besides the big one and the little finger, were twisted in all directions. At the very last moment, Nene managed to dodge the dead-end punch, but at that moment when she, circling in a combat dance, attacked Nassim, he managed to hit her with his left hand. The blow was strong enough to break Nene's thin fingers. This blow with his left hand caused Nene to pull back a little. Because of this, her last attack with a blade did not go deep into his face and did not take Nassim's life. Possess the ability to be hypersensitive to war, which allows you to feel the intention of killing your enemy before the enemy orders his body to attack. Before consciousness gives a signal to the body to move, microseconds pass, and it is at such a time that Nassim is ahead of his enemy in battle. It is difficult to say whether this is his advantage, or maybe in the speed of reaction of his reflexes, thanks to which he is always ready for sudden attacks of the enemy. You have to be careful with this old man. Even if your internal organs, including your heart, are scattered in all directions, you will still live for 10 seconds. Instant death will not hit you. Therefore, to kill Nassim 100%, Nene needed to split his skull and tear his brain into two. But due to the interference of Nassim, her blow reached only his bone. Instant death did not overtake him, so all this time he restored his body from sand. Soon, he will get rid of all his wounds and injuries. And their battle will continue. She should get ready. Nene, using the force of gravity and compression, began to straighten her broken fingers. Although all this is not a full-fledged medical care, at least she can move them. Clenching and unclenching her fist, Nene forcibly checked the condition of the fingers of her right hand. It hurts a little, but you can move. I'm still combat ready. Along with the end of the straightening of the fingers, the recovery of Nassim also came to an end. Standing on his feet, he began to brush off the sand from his black coat. For whatever reason he knew only, Nassim did not heal the laceration on his face. His face was still bloody, but that did not stop him from smiling happily. It's amazing. You really surprised me. You couldn't repel my dead-end impact, right? Then I was amazed and could not understand anything, but now the chain is completely lined up in my head. You used my power, right? That's right, Nene nodded. Her opponent guessed, so this trick will no longer work. It makes no sense to hide information. In that battle, instead of taking the opponent's blow, she scrolled the enemy's power in the dance and brought it back. The principle of her technique is very similar to the third secret blade of Madoka Ikki-Kurigane, who used this technique against Stella Vermilion at the final of the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. But still, her technique was stronger than that of Ikki. For example, unlike Ikki's Madoka, which immediately returned the power of the absorbed attack, the combination of Nene's dance movements and her gravitational abilities allowed her to continue to accumulate the power that she continuously absorbed. True, Nene completely absorbed the destructive power of Nassim's strike. And after all, she was released into the fist of Nassim. Without this, she would not have been able to evade dead-end impact. I created this technique on the basis of that ridiculous dance of the old man's octopus. The name of my technique is Yakshakagura 1. One Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter dance of the evil demon. Good technique. Yakshakagura, Nene combined both attack and defense. While Nassim listened to her explanation, a broad smile did not disappear from his face. The simultaneous combination of attack and defense. But what is more surprising, my hypersensitivity to war could not smell your intention to kill. Are you surprised at this? Have I not explained to you, an idiot, in a polite tone that you are not able to smell the emotions of my heart? It's true you said something like that. You really, to this idiot in a gracious tone, have told me that you do not radiate the fury and intention of killing me, but it's not that simple. There is one more thing that I cannot understand. Man is a social animal living in society. He always has a primitive aversion to killing his kind. That is why, if necessary, killing, a person always comes up with reasons. Nationality, state, religion, pride, life, all these reasons are well suited for murder. That is why people constantly use them to overcome primitive disgust. Even a first-class killer presents his next target as his enemy. This is a feature of human consciousness. Even if the adversary first class acquires the skill of covert murder, Nassim's hypersensitivity to war will still sense a thirst for blood and the intention of killing. At least that's what happened before this battle. Even when he was a mercenary from one of the states in the Middle East and collided with Diptera, he did not stop smelling. In order to kill people without any emotions and intentions of killing, One should not experience a primitive aversion to murders from birth and not value one's own life. I understood. You, like me, are capable of killing people without any hesitation. Princess Yaksha, you are the same as me. You do not share the view that human life is precious. You do not, like any human being, have moral values. You are a monster covered with a human shell, like me. Realizing this fact, Nassim was ecstatic. I'm happy. I am very happy at the thought that in this world, there is a monster that can directly threaten my life. Once, one writer compared human life to a gem, calling it beautiful and solemn. Nassim shared a similar idea. Human life is like a soap bubble. It must be constantly protected and protected. In his youth, when his forces only flourished, Nassim believed in this and made great efforts. That is why he survived to the present moment. But in the end, his life turned into an ordinary coexistence. He became too strong. His fist is able to destroy any obstacle in the way. His sixth sense, which was beyond human capabilities, was able to instantly respond to any enemy attack. Death, which should always be near him, began to leave him. The war, which previously brought pleasure, has slipped into everyday life. Like his nickname, he himself began to dry out. This existence terribly bored him. Only because of this, Nassim accepted Orgul's invitation. Turning half the world into his enemies, he hoped to find the very man who could return to him that feeling when you are on the verge of death. And his searches were crowned with success. The woman standing in front of him was able to return to him that lost feeling. He recalled his first nostalgic wars, in which he enjoyed life and death. Therefore, the time has come for a real war. Immediately after these big words, Nassim began to do something incredible. Plunging 4 fingers into his lacerated wound on his face. What are you? He tore off his skin with all his strength. A loud cry from Nassim's lips shook the atmosphere. A whirlwind began to circulate around his body, glowing with dark light. What a diabolical magic! Is that half-dead bastard responsible for her? What does Habab intend to do with all this powerful magical power? It was not just about magic rising to heaven. A powerful magical stream of magic circulated around Nassim. Spectators refused to believe their eyes. At the center of magical power, like a formidable whirlwind, was a humanoid silhouette, somewhat remotely resembling Nassim. Wait. Just don't say that this bastard has transformed. The dark whirlwind. The spectacle taking place in close proximity to Nene was breathtaking. The changes in Nassim were not only physical, black magic, boiling in the darkness of a turbulent night, gradually began to glow. The golden glow, burning the darkness of the night, became only brighter. Immediately after the next cry of Nassim, the whirlwind around him calmed down. The rising sand fell to the ground. All interference disappeared, so the drones again began to broadcast a clear picture. An unusual figure was shown live, standing in the center of the Lucerne desert. What the hell is this? What happened to the appearance of Habab? The commentator's surprise was fair. Nassim's appearance has undergone major changes. His whole body became twice as large. The muscles, blackened and glowing with obsidian shine, tore all the clothes along with the skin throughout the body. The flesh on his face slid to the ground, and his eyes leaked out like a charred corpse. Horns sprouted from a naked skull, strongly reminiscent of buffalo horns. Bats fluttered behind their backs, and at the waist level a tail stuck out like a reptile. With such an appearance, he ceased to be called a man. He became like a real monster. Boomer's commentary on what noble art could have caused such a transformation has confused many. But not Nene. No. She understood from the very beginning that the noble art of knights was not involved in the transformation of Nassim. After all the transformations in the body of Nassim took place before her eyes. His face, empty eye sockets in which a golden light sparkled in the distance. It's as if we were pushing inside a demon, glowing with hellfire. Not only his appearance, but magic has changed. In a quantitative and qualitative aspect, it has grown exponentially. Without a doubt, Nassim was now much stronger than before. There was only one phenomenon in the world that could cause such changes. The awakening, but not its usual form, with which many are familiar. Is it really the ultimate form of awakening? Exclaimed Nene, squeezing her eyes from the bright light. The usual awakening was that a person went beyond his capabilities. His soul was no longer connected with fate. The souls of such people were called the souls of animals. Can a soul that has lost humanity change the body, which is still its vessel? Excessive awakening, one of the unresolved issues of the desperate. If you use too much power after awakening, then the coarse soul will begin to directly affect the body, and in the end will change it so that it is fully consistent with it. After such transformations, having lost humanity, you can get tremendous power. Perhaps the legends retold in many parts of the world about monsters in human guises actually spoke of knights who voluntarily turned into monsters. But all these assumptions did not have clear evidence. Desperate met very rarely, so guesswork is impossible to verify. Rumors remained rumors. But one look at this man immediately confirms all the rumors. Hey, do you know that you can no longer be called handsome, huh? You are mistaken, Nassim answered Nene in a low, growling voice. Golden light poured from his mouth, as well as from his eye sockets. This form represents my true self. Nassim's empty eye sockets watched Nene closely, and loud laughter poured out of his mouth, which seemed to lose his ability to speak. Princess Yaksha, you like me, can also transform. And you are me. Our eyes look at the world the same. We are both devoid of all moral values. My essence of desperate refuses a calm life. And now, being on the border between life and death, I took on my true form. Woman, admit, you also want to turn into something like that. Abandon your fetters of humanity, cast your strength through the veins. All Nassim's words rumbled out of the golden gap that had once been his mouth. An image of a knight suddenly surfaced in Nene's head. Long dark hair, long limbs, eyes staring at her from high. Nene said, shaking her heads in order to dispel the image. Stop saying things as if you are confident in them. I will never be as disgusting as you are. As proof of her refusal, Nene again revealed her twin Banero Ajaha fans in preparation for the battle. She demonstrated her will to a monster who abandoned humanity. But her answer did not suit her opponent at all. He seems to have become even more impatient. You will change, I will make you turn. Immediately after these words, Nassim powerfully pushed himself off the ground. The first, breaking the silence, attacks the Habub who turned into a monster. He is rapidly closing the distance with Princess Yaksha. How fast? No, he's slower now. Nene, directly fighting earlier with Nassim, noted that his speed had fallen. Without a doubt, such a decline in speed is caused by a huge mass of muscles. The demonic body, extraordinary magic shine. In his appearance, it is obvious that now he has a monstrous attack power, but without his former speed, he poses no threat. This was Nene's preliminary conclusion about the enemy. But unfortunately, the superficial conclusions turned out to be erroneous. Nassim, powerfully pushing himself off the ground, issued a loud battle cry. His body, responding to the strong will of the owner, began to change. His limbs, elbows, knees shone even brighter. The glow did not stop increasing intensity until its limbs were blazed with a dazzling golden light. This light seemed to give Nassim's limbs more strength, and his legs accelerated even faster. At the same moment, the atmosphere could not stand it and exploded. A super high-speed object, spitting on the friction force of the atmosphere, literally broke through the air masses. The culprit of all this, of course, was Kabab. Under the influence of strong magical power, his legs flew forward. Each of his steps destroyed and crushed the earth's crust. Only a trail of devastation followed him. Nassim very quickly reduced the distance from Nene. The last jerk, and this torpedo hit Nene in the stomach with all his might. Gah! At the last second, Nene was able to defend herself against Nassim's attacks thanks to her innate abilities, but she still has not measured the speed of the enemy, and his blows always aimed at her open places. Even with the use of innate abilities, Nene was painful and difficult to repel his attacks. All her muscles screamed due to an excessive number of enemy attacks. Convulsions of severe pain began to drive her body. Continuing to retreat, Nene stumbled and lost firm support under her feet. She had to stop, giving Nassim a great chance to attack. Speeding up even more, Habab reaches Princess Yaksha. Truly fiery jerk. He is not going to stop right now and wants to take the initiative in his rude hands. These are not the usual Nassim jabs. He decided to add legs to his fists. Nassim always used only his fists to defeat the enemy in boring battles. But now, he is convinced of the strength of Nene. He no longer needed to restrain himself. Without a doubt, such a violent attack from Nassim was proof of his seriousness. But nevertheless, even when he began to use a fighting style that combines arms and legs, the threat should remain at the same level. On the contrary, using kicks, he reduced the total number of attacks. In addition, Nassim refused and lightning attacks jabs. The number of attacks from his side decreased by half or slightly less than before the transformation. But then why did Nene suffer so much? Attack after attack, Hubab is not going to stop his furious attack. Does he really not know that melee is the main advantage of Princess Yaksha? Gracefully circling in the dance, she is completely invulnerable to attacks. The dance of the sword was taught to her by Torajiro Nango, the main defense master, nicknamed Impeccable. Her dance, Yaksha Kagura, the culmination of all the teachings of her sensei. She independently, guided by her aesthetic feelings, brought this technique to the highest level. The commentator was right. Nene used her best defense technique right now. There was no sense for her adversary to force her way through Yaksha Kagura so violently. Nene's technique is absolutely flawless in defense. But her magnificent dance did not match the overly tense expression on her face. Contrary to the optimistic words of the commentator, Nene experienced great difficulties. The speed and penetration of enemy attacks has undoubtedly decreased. But the force put by Nassim in every blow increased an order of magnitude higher. Here he is the source of strength of this old man. Nene's keen gaze was fixed on the enemy's shining fists. The magical power that she felt from Nassim far exceeded the magical power of the Crimson Princess, who was considered the strongest among the knights of the League. In addition, control of Nassim's magical powers was also astounding. In all battles, he used an ability similar to Kurigane Shizuku's Blue Rebirth, which could turn his body into dust, nullifying any enemy attacks. Summing up, these two features were the main weapon of Habab Nassim al-Salam. He used his magic power not only for attacks. Releasing it through his body, Nassim could envelop himself all with colorless magical energy, which worked as a barrier or accelerated the movement of limbs. After the transformation, huge streams of magical power, burning the hellish flames inside Nassim, began to pour out more rapidly from his body. As a result, as the commentator noted, this violent magical power formed the Mictoran Tormento around him. Do not forget about his limbs. A huge amount of magic was concentrated in them. Every blow Nene repelled was like a dynamite explosion. Her Yaksha Kagura technique is a combination of defensive and combat movements. Absorbing the destructive power of enemy attacks, she circulated it in her body through dancing. But no matter how powerful her technique was, the accumulation process cannot last forever. The more destructive power Nene accumulates, the faster the pace of her dance will increase. Nene may not be able to cope, and the dance will severely damage her body. To prevent this from happening, Nene decided to attack herself. Now their battle is one-sided. Nassim does not stop beating for a second. But if Nene tries to apply more speed, her attack can break through an endless series of enemy attacks. A moment, and her series of strokes slip to Nassim's chest. At last, baby Princess Yaksha interrupts an endless series of punches by Habub. As already mentioned, close combat is her element. Circling in a dance, she attacks the enemy's chest. 10 incredibly fast strikes by Nene's gravitational blades rushed toward Nassim's chest to cut her open. Direct attack, dance moves leave no chance for Habub. Her continuous series of strokes shreds the opponent's chest. Nene conducted a really stunning counterattack. The commentator, unable to restrain his excitement, loudly commented on her actions. But nonetheless, what? The feeling of admiration quickly gave way to cold horror. Without a doubt, the whole series of attacks by Nene reached the goal. Her gravity blades were supposed to shred Habub's body into pieces. But no matter how incredible it seemed, there was not a single scratch on Nassim's black body. How is this possible? Princess Kakuto Yadagarasu's gravitational blades are much more powerful than any sword. Her opponent used some kind of trick. The commentator's stunned voice trembled due to the inexplicable situation before his eyes. Outwardly, Nene kept her composure, but deep despair spread inside her. She immediately understood the reason. The enemy did not use any tricks. Something similar has happened many times in various battles. For example, the very first battle between Stella Vermilion and Ikki Kurigane at the Hagun Academy. Then, Stella received a direct hit with the Ikki sword and did not suffer the slightest damage. Now Nashima's magical power is much stronger than the magical energy concentrated in the gravitational blades of Kokuto Yadagarasu Nene, so her attack simply did not pass through his barrier. Shit. Teehee, ha 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 ha. The roles of the advancing and the attacker have changed again. Habub, easily repelling Kokuto Yadagarasu Nene, attacks again. I still don't understand how he managed to protect himself from her blades, but it seems that Princess Yaksha cannot move and cannot escape. And again, a flurry of attacks fell on Nene. Each blow of Nassim responded with pain in the body of Nene, while she was spinning in the dance, Yaksha Kagura. But all this pain could not be compared with spiritual. Just before her eyes, her power, capable of repainting the fate of the world, was swept away by enemy magical power. And this is a great shame and humiliation for any knight. We need to get together. The power of magical power directly affects victory or defeat. Suppress physical and mental pain. Gather all your resolve into a fist. Luckily for Nene, the pace of Nashima's attacks has fallen. You can try again to break through an endless series of attacks by Nassim, and counterattack, releasing all the accumulated energy in the dance, Yaksha Kagura, until her body explodes. Things are good. If I stay calm, I will succeed. Carefully observe each movement of the enemy and look for a place for a breakthrough. But to her unhappiness, Nassim seemed to deliberately laugh at Nene, who was encouraging herself. And at that moment, when Nene, collecting all the accumulated energy with the help of the Yaksha Kagura dance, attacked in the detected interval between Nassim's blows, the enemy abruptly disappeared from her field of vision. Oh, despite the melee, Princess Yaksha's blow only pierces the air. Kabub, easily surpassing his opponent, is ready for a counterattack. Bypassed, how heck. Nene fell into confusion again. For a second, she did not take her eyes off the limbs of her opponent. Practicing the martial art of Torajiro Nango, Nene was able to predict the next movements of the enemy, even at the slightest displacement of the center of gravity. Nassim's legs stood firmly on the ground, his knees not bent. He could not jump up. Whereas, heck, I forgot about the tail. Nene realized her mistake when she looked around the place where Nassim had previously stood. Nassim dodged her, striking his tail on the ground. This part of his body grew as a result of transformation due to excessive awakening. Ordinary people do not have tails, so the Nene reading technique was not intended to analyze the movements of such parts of the body. But the enemy did not doze. While she was digesting information, Nassim instantly released a fist in her direction. His sparkling, golden light left fist was ready to inflict an uppercut. Nene missed the attack. She did not have enough time to defend herself. At such a difficult moment, only one thought pierced her head. The escape. Having pushed off the ground, Nene made a jerk forward, as if she wanted to fall to the ground, thereby evading a counter-strike from the side. The plan worked brilliantly. Nene managed to miss the blow of Nassim, who slightly scratched her skin. But immediately after the evasion, Nene did something terrible for all the audience. Tumbling forward, Nene quickly got to her feet and cut off her right hand at the shoulder, which was slightly touched by Nassim's left fist. And, crazy Princess Yaksha, what did you think when? The loud comment of the commentator was interrupted at a glance. Nene's graceful snow-white hand, sliding along the hem of her kimono, rushed to the ground. But barely touching the ground, it scattered into the smallest specks of dust. All because of the dryness of Nassim. Only slightly damaging Nene's skin, his power immediately tried to absorb all the water in Nene's body. If Nene had hesitated at least for a second before cutting off her hand, her whole body would dry out and fly to dust. What a monstrous power. The opponent of Nene is skilled in using magic as pure energy. But Nassim is not the only blazer with a high base strength and extremely powerful killing abilities. At that moment, Nene finished convinced. Council, leagues, and troops of the rebellion. Despite the fact that Nassim had the ability to directly affect the world, there was little talk about him because he did not belong to any of the three factions. But without a doubt, his strength stood on a par with the three leaders Balabority, Superman, and Tyrant, who, like him, were desperate. Convinced completely of the enemy's strength, Nene instantly changes his strategy. From the very beginning, their battle took place on Earth, so Nene, using the force of gravity, flew into the sky. She intended to use her growth advantage to limit the trajectory of Nassim's possible attacks. Her initial strategy was based on kicking. Nene suggested that Nassim would never get through her Yaksha Kagura dance. But now everything has changed. The risk is too great. She can no longer afford to miss the blow of her fist, sparkling like the sun, and capable of completely drying her body with one touch. Need to be careful. It's easiest for her to avoid aerial combat attacks. There is no other way. The bastard created a sandstorm of magic through superb control of magic. Not only does she constantly circle around him, she also has the ability to dryness. Yes, these wings. Thanks to my gravitational forces, I probably should not worry about aerial combat. Yes, and I'm less overall than him. It's easier for me to maneuver in the air. Princess Yaksha fled to heaven, completely abandoning close combat. But it is right. The fists of this monster are very dangerous. Nice try. Look, you continue to learn from your mistakes. Nassim praised Nene's new strategy. He powerfully pushed off the ground, causing a local earthquake. Spreading its wings behind its back, Nassim flew into the sky in order to catch up with Nene, who hid from him high in the clouds. But in the middle of heaven, Nassim suddenly froze for all. He noticed how Nene lifted her Baniro Ajaha device high up. Immediately after this gesture, his body felt tremendous pressure. Without a doubt, Nene decided to use some powerful technique. Nassim, being vigilant, decided to abandon further pursuit. And this decision was absolutely correct. Crush everything in its path. Haru Tensai, shouted Nene high in the sky. With a sharp gesture, she lowered the Baniro Ajaha down. She looked like a commander, whose saber ordered his troops to attack. And no, that was not an exaggeration. Indeed, immediately after her order, small meteorites, furrowing in space, rushed to the earth. Leaving a red, radiant trail in the atmosphere, meteorites appeared behind Nene, like stars suddenly appearing in Cledland's night sky. A meteor shower of 13 huge stones 20 meters in diameter, following the orders of Nene, rushed to Nassim, leaving behind a fiery plume of flame. She did it. With the help of gravitational forces, she pulled space debris from near-Earth orbit and directed it at the enemy. This is Hadu Tensai, the trump card technique of Princess Yaksha, which is considered a forbidden technique. Only in emergency situations it is allowed to use such techniques, since the scale of the defeat is too large. First time in my life I see her in action. Wow, her opponent was very unlucky. The commentator, unable to restrain all his emotions, cried out very loudly. However, such emotions are justified. Hadu Tensai, Nene, with proper use, can easily wipe any nation off the face of the earth. This technique has unprecedented destructive power among the many abilities of knights. Nene, without hesitating, decided to use her. If you can't fight in close combat, you need to attack with ranged attacks. And for that matter, why not Nene use the technique to the maximum? Last time, the 20-meter Hadu Tensei single meteorite Nene was crushed by Nassim's dead end impact. But then she put a minimum of her strength, because at that time in Cledland and Vermilion, there were many civilians. Now everything is different. The strongest knights gathered on the battlefield in Lucerne, who so simply did not die from her equipment. Nene did her best. 13 huge meteorites were carefully selected by her from outer space, the monstrous firepower of Princess Yaksha, and all of it is aimed at killing Kabub. On the other hand, in response to such decisive action by the opponent, Nashima, grinning his teeth happily, laughed as he watched the catastrophic fall of countless meteorites from the sky. He was not even going to run away. Continuing to remain in place, Nassim's crossed arms shone even brighter. Too much energy, his body literally began to self-destruct. The cracks that formed on the hands ran throughout the body, causing the light to flood in all directions. A huge hellfire burned Nassim's black body from the inside. But Nassim did not care. He allowed his soul to rampage further. And when his body was on the verge of total destruction, Nassim released all his accumulated magical power from both fists. A whirlwind of golden light and a whirlwind of black-brown dust merged into a single tornado and rushed to heaven. Their goal was the 13 shooting stars of Hadu Tensai. At the moment of close proximity, Mictoran Tormento absorbed meteorites. One touch of Mictoran Tormento was enough for her Hadu Tensei meteorites to scatter and disappear into a whirlwind of tornadoes. All 13 Nene stars were destroyed in no time. Princess Yaksha's formidable technique, which terrified ordinary people, was completely useless in the face of Habub. However, Nassim was not satisfied with the destruction of Hadu Tensei. The tornado, not slowing down even for a second after, turning huge meteorites into dust, rushed high into the sky to Nene. Bastard! A huge tornado, overshadowing the entire field of view, was rapidly approaching Nene. She did not even have time to pack up and recover after a complete rout. Never before had Nene encountered such a monstrous and powerful technique in her life. Mictoran Tormento, Nashima is unrealistically huge. Nene will not be able to escape from him. In such a dangerous situation, she could try to do only one thing. Stretching in front of her both metal fans of Beniro Ageha with the help of gravitational force, she connected them together in the manner of a shield resembling a butterfly in shape. The last bastion of defense, which directly uses the most precious thing that the knight has, is the soul. Within an instant, black, brown, and golden at the same time, Mictoran Tormento swallowed Nene. Direct contact with a deadly tornado was extremely dangerous. One light touch of Mictoran Tormento was enough to make Nene's hand go to dust. What can I say? The dryness turned to dust even her strongest technique, Haru Tensei. But Nene continued the struggle for survival. She put absolutely all her strength into Beniro Aja to form a barrier that could prevent Mictoran Tormento. The destructive power of Mictoran Tormento did not stop affecting Nene. Her fans, Beniro Aja, completely covered with cracks. The defense handed over, her skin began to lose moisture and peel off. Due to the intense thirst that chained his throat, Nene's head was spinning. But still, Princess Yaksha managed to defend herself against the Mictoran Tormento attack. However, what is the price? From the former Nene, only a translucent spirit remained. Her skin was so dried out that from the slightest movement she was ready to crack. A lively blush on his face gave way to a deadly pallor. Her gorgeous, long black hair lost her shine and volume. Suddenly, a huge shadow fell on Nene, who was still high in the sky. Looking up with her over-dried eyes, she saw the figure of Kabub, who directed his sparkling right fist in her direction. Nene managed to survive, only thanks to the fully enclosed force in the barrier. Now she was completely unprepared to defend herself against another enemy attack. Dead-end impact. Nene has exhausted all her strength and energy, but not determination. Her greatly weakened spiritual device took on Nashim's deadly attack. However, it's all over. The fist of Nasim, like a ram, smashes into a smithereens. Beniro Aja, the embodiment of the soul of Nene, while destroying her consciousness. Nashima's right fist, breaking Nene's spiritual barrier, plunged deep into her chest. His strength was more than enough to bring her small and light body to the ground. Although knocking down is too easy to say, his powerful blow threw her body to the ground with all his might. Nene, flying upside down from a great height, crashed into the center of the Lucerne Desert, raising huge clouds of dust. The dense dust curtain completely hid the picture of the spectacle for the audience. They only saw Kabub calmly looking down from great heights. Victory, for him. Boomer, a commentator on the live broadcast, said stunned, completely forgetting about his duties. During his life, he commented on a lot of A-League matches. Therefore, he perfectly understood that no one could defeat this guy. Nene did not succeed, and others did not succeed. Even if the International League of Knights Mages would use all their powers, they could not defeat this man, who in his current state was at the top of absolute power. Monster. Boomer did not know about the existence of the desperate, but by coincidence, these last words were out of place. Desperate, these are creatures that are on the border between people and demons. To be simpler, the soul of a demon dwells in a human body. But just in this battle, Nasim crossed this treasured line. The monster, abandoning the human face, completely turned into a demon. It is impossible to cope with a soul that is no longer human. From the very beginning of the battle, their attempts were futile. After all, Kabub was not a human before. Meanwhile, Nasim sank into a dense curtain of dust to check the condition of his adversary. The dust began to settle slowly, and he found a figure firmly standing with both feet on the ground. Without a doubt. This is Princess Yaksha. I refuse to believe it. Even after a direct punch, Princess Yaksha is still on her feet. She received a direct fatal blow from Nasim, who was supposed to cut off her life. But, to the great happiness of all, Nene stood firmly on her feet. How great! She is the only one able to defeat this monster, firmly on your feet. Ah. However, the commentator's joy was not long. All viewers who carefully watched the live broadcasts simultaneously got goosebumps on their backs. Indeed, right now, the drones were broadcasting Nene's face large on a full screen, distorted by a terrible grin. Hee ha 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 ha. Princess Yaksha. Although Nene's body was completely covered with wounds, she, shaking her shoulders, continued to laugh out loud. Squealing sounds did not stop flying out of a wide-open mouth. Really, before the blow of the enemy, which was supposed to take her life, she lost her mind. Such a situation is not uncommon in fights between knights. After all, they are all fighting devices that are the embodiment of their souls. If they are broken in battle, the soul may not stand it. But this case did not fit the state of Nene. Nassim, continuing to watch her, immediately understood. Her real self escaped from the cage. His dead-end impact has undoubtedly reached its goal. The power of this blow is enough to destroy a person. But she survived. Only one explanation for this. She, like him, is also no longer human. I told you that you are the same as me. Nassim did not see any value in human life. He was terribly tired of a calm, measured life. He was a real violent drug addict who was fascinated to be in a position between life and death. His previous blow destroyed the ego, the Nene personality. And now, all the time, the deeply hidden personality of Princess Yaksha has awakened. Then she lost consciousness in the sky, so they did not defend themselves from his blow. Finally, Nassim's wish came true. The deeply hidden essence of the desperate, called Princess Yaksha, came out. Come on, stop restraining yourself. You no longer need to maintain a human appearance. I have been waiting for a worthy opponent for so long. Come on, show your true power, prove yourself. Immediately after Nassim's words, Nene's entire body exploded in red-black magical power. In a violently splashing magical power, rising in a pillar to the sky, Nene's body began to transform. The first changes touched her right shoulder. Instead of the lost right hand, a new one woven from supergravity matter appeared. The eyeball in her both eyes instantly changed color from white to black, and the pupils sparkled, as if a flame had flared behind them. But the changes did not stop there. A pair of horns grew in the middle of the forehead. She, like Nassim, cast aside her humanity and turned into a demon. Let's start. Greg. Two demons, tearing themselves away, rushed to each other to kill. Clutching the fist of his right hand, which was recreated from supergravity matter, Nene came into motion. She ran along a straight path, not even trying to wag, and swung at Nassim. But Nassim did not stand still. Clutching his left fist, in which monstrous power was still concentrated, he threw his left hand back and sharply extended forward towards the right fist of Nene. Immediately after the contact of their fists, the atmosphere around them exploded. A powerful shock wave, like a tsunami, spread throughout the desert area. But the two desperate, completely ignoring the tsunami from their attack, stood firmly in the center of the desert and did not lower their outstretched arms. Gaza. With his right hand, Nassim hit Nene with all his might. The audience heard a sound as if they had struck a stone rock with an iron rod. In her former state, Nene would say goodbye to life from hitting him with his right fist. But not now. With a slight smile on her face, Nene slipped under his right hand and swung his left hand into the open part of Nassim's body, namely on the side. Her left fist, charged with supergravitational force, digged with all his strength into Nassim's right side. Gah. However, Nassim did not even swing. In the desert, where viscous sand beneath their feet, he continued to stand firmly in place, like a tree that deeply rooted in the ground. Clutching both hands together, he hit his opponent with the knuckles on the back of his head. Nene, completely unprepared for defense, received a direct blow to the head. The shock that caused a concussion caused her body to stagger and begin to tumble to the ground. And she did not fall. Before her head touched the ground, Nene bent her knees and stopped the fall. From this position, using the spinal muscles, she straightened, bent her knee and pulled him up. GHH. Her raised knee clearly charged into Nassim's chin. The blow was strong enough for Nassim to take a step back, but the attack of Nene did not end there. Jumping high, she straightened her leg and stretched it forward to strike Nassim in the temporal region. Her kick hit the target. Immediately after the attack, there was a deafening sound, and new shock waves spread around them. However, her ankle hit had no effect on Nassim. A quick interception of his leg, and he with all his strength slammed Nene to the ground. Again, a deafening sound was heard. The audience could not even believe that such noise could be heard from the contact of the body with the sand. But Nassim did not finish, raising his leg. He, like the press, prepared to crush her head with his heel. While his leg fell on her face, Nene decided to use her spinal muscles again. Pulling her knees to the level of the nose, she firmly pressed both hands to the ground and abruptly straightened her legs up. Again, their limbs touched each other under a deafening roar, but this time Nene prevailed. Under the influence of a powerful impulse of Nene's blow, Nassim's legs lifted off the ground, and he soared high, flying away at a distance far from her. Of course, he did not suffer any damage, but this short time was enough for Nene to get back on her feet. A second at a glance, and they again rushed to each other to continue the fight on their fists. No tricks and tricks, only brute force. The atmosphere did not stop exploding from the constant exchanges of blows of two transformed knights. Watching their battle from a closer distance, the commentator could not suppress his strong excitement. Hell, what is happening now is really real. Or maybe I'm sleeping or dreaming. I am completely unsure of my mental state. Is it possible that besides Kabab, Princess Yaksha turned into a monster? What is this power? Maybe this is some special gravitational ability of Nene. The commentator could only guess, because he was not familiar with the essence of the desperate. Together with him, the inhabitants of Vermilion, who watched the battle from the monitors, did not understand anything. However, there is one thing in which I am absolutely sure. In the current state, Princess Yaksha is free to confront Habab. Oh yeah, we still cheer for you, Princess Yaksha. If you win, then that Orgol child will remain the last representative from Cledland. We believe in you. Don't give up, Kimono-chan. Far from the battlefield, the inhabitants of Vermilion smiled violently for Nene. Except one person. He was Sirius Vermilion, who was speechless with horror. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. With a grim expression on his face, he watched the battle on the monitor. Dad, something is wrong. Are you all pale? Sirius tried to control his feelings, but his condition was not hidden from his wife Astria, so she asked. I already saw Nene-sensei in this form a little earlier, Sirius answered. This happened when he accompanied Stella to Edelberg. Then he invited Nene to train at their training center instead of the ruins of Chaldea, but do not even dare to approach me all this week. Her voice and chilling expression on her face made Sirius shudder with horror, and also, he clearly saw a hazy image around her head. No doubt then she was very serious. If someone really approached her during training, he would surely die. Sirius took full responsibility for her warning. But other than that, there was another exciting thing. If she defeats Kabab, will her demonic nature be satisfied? A terrible foreboding squeezed Sirius's chest with a heavy load. He could not calm down and stop sweating. Nassim was the first to refuse the battle with his fists, starting to use his tail. Nene's body, which did not expect a sudden combination of punches in the stomach, threw far back. Nassim had an excellent moment to inflict powerful blows to the enemy, but Nene quickly took control of the situation. She forcibly stopped her body with the help of gravity, throwing her Tengugeta shoes aside and digging her fingers into the ground with 5 fingers. As soon as her body slowed down, she immediately rushed forward for a counterattack. For her attack, she again decided to use dance moves. Her onslaught was furious and decisive. Nassim, watching how his opponent quickly recovered and went on to attack, prepared to answer. Sajin Yakin. By releasing magic through his legs, he caused erosion of the earth. Iron was forcibly extracted from the earth to create many copies, which began to appear from the sand. As soon as Nassim took to the air to a safe height, Nene was pierced by a forest of spears rising from the sand to the very sky. The entire territory in Nassim's field of vision was dotted with numerous spears. Their density was amazing. The whole earth turned into a beehive, with a pointed iron tube sticking out of each honeycomb. But, Nene, without any difficulty, made her way through the forest of spears, mowing with force all the pointed blades. Her kimono is wide open, giving a beautiful view of her skin, on which there was not a single cut. All this thanks to excessive awakening. Excessive awakening allowed the soul, which was no longer human, to transform the body. In exchange for such a mutation, a knight could completely take control of his soul as a beast, which no ordinary person could cope with. The magical armor now worn by both Nassim and Nene is so easy not to break through indirect attacks. Such protection can be penetrated in only one way, to strike with one direct blow, in which powerful magical power would be concentrated. That is why their battle constantly slipped into a simple fist fight without any abilities. The same thing happened now. As soon as Nene broke through the forest of spears, she immediately attacked Nassim. Her right fist, in which the mentioned powerful magical power was concentrated, flew right into Nassim's face. To protect himself from her attack with his fist, Nassim crossed his arms in front of him in a block. However, his defense was not enough to completely extinguish the impact impulse, so he was slightly thrown back. Nevertheless, such a trifle could not affect Nassim in any way. Even in an unstable position, he made a quick lunge with his left hand in the direction of Nene, who bounced high up to stab him in the head. And his left fist, which was obliged to hit Nene in the face, seemed to plunge into a soft barrier. A Yakshakagura. Unfortunately, Nassim understood too late. Garg. Nene, having accumulated the strength of Nassim, changed her target and kicked him in his defenseless side. The impact of such a force Nassim could not stand and bent in half. This is exactly what Nene needed. In pursuit of that blow, she released a new flurry of attacks into Nassim's body. Unbelievable. As soon as Nassim stepped back in fear, Nene again attacked, effectively using the small dimensions of her body in close combat. Nassim only had to bend and stretch out his crossed arms in the block. But even though he was clamped by Nene, he admired her. No doubt Nene is still unconscious. She's not yet recovering from his dead-end punch. Her movements. After many dangerous trainings, Nene's body itself knew how to move. Every cell in her body, every drop of blood knew what to do in this battle. Let her mind continue to sleep. The body, fully remembering the combat experience, continued to fight with Nassim. Nene's body was badly damaged after Nassim's attacks, but thanks to excessive awakening and transformation into a demon, she recovered and even gained more powerful magical power. Her current strength was in no way comparable to the previous one. But even so, I'll definitely win up. Nassim absolutely believed in his victory. Awakening, a phenomenon that when a person goes beyond its limits by insatiable ego, which in the normal state cannot get rid of the shackles of fate. Nassim was the only mercenary in the world who took part in many state wars and always returned alive. A loner who did not resort to the help of the allies, he always independently killed his enemies and his employers. It was because of this that he was nicknamed Kabab, a catastrophe in the form of a man. At the moment, no country in the world has hired him anymore. Many countries in the Middle East have even come together to eliminate it. The world took up arms against him, but Nassim did not mind. He himself strove for the whole world to become his enemy. Awakening, Nassim of force, acquired by these wars. But, where did you get so much strength? Nene, in her awakened state, participated in the A-Rank League, which is a tournament for knights. Nassim has always considered such tournaments to be mere entertainments. The same Campione, a member of the A-League, although he was strong, could not defeat him. Nassim's assumptions about the strength of the enemy did not match in a real battle. Nene's strength has grown too much since awakening. Like for now. Enough. In response to the ongoing flurry of Nene's attacks, Nassim's magical power circulating inside him began to heat up even more. The golden glow through numerous cracks throughout his body grew brighter. Having achieved this state, he significantly strengthened his defense. In such a difficult situation, he was able to calmly strengthen himself, which was worthy of praise. However, Nene's attacks did not stop. Her small body was constantly spinning, kicking him and showering him with fists, and did not allow Nassim to rest. But with the defense up, her punches no longer pushed Nassim's body back. After all, this was her first excessive awakening. Compared with me, she is a yellow-handed baby. This woman is a bloodthirsty demon, like me. She also does not tolerate a boring life and does not want to endure the shackles of fate that do not allow to go beyond the boundaries of potential. You have the necessary qualities, but I am more experienced and stronger. Dead-end impact. Nassim attacked Nene, the most powerful noble ability that he only possessed. If you want to surpass me, you need to become stronger. Otherwise, this dance will be the last for you, Grog. Nassim did not have time to fully voice his words. His right hand with dead-end punch was stopped halfway by Nene's left hand, and with her right she dealt a powerful blow to his stomach. The incredibly strong counterattack of Nene caused Nassim's body to move back a little again. Yaksha Kagura, no, impossible. Yaksha Kagura cannot steal the power if the enemy does not attack the equipment owner. Then, where does this incredible power come from? However, Nene did not give time to think about what had happened before. Squinting and laughing innocently, like a little girl, she again attacked Nassim, who tried to break the distance with her. For the first time in many years, Nassim became truly creepy. Stopping useless attempts to defend himself, Nassim began to prepare for a counterattack. Hit Nene's face with his left foot, stopping her dance, and immediately add another tail punch to the temporal region. With these attacks, he only wanted to push Nene away from himself in order to gain some time and think carefully about everything. And his kick and tail, as he planned, clearly reached their goal. However, the reaction to his Nene attack was abnormal. She didn't even flinch. But Nassim, having received a powerful recoil impulse in response to his blow, swayed and lost his balance. The next attack by Nene was not long in coming. Her flurry of attacks again forced Nassim to strengthen his defense. Oh, the antagonist of this battle has collapsed. Princess Yaksha is not going to ease her onslaught. Blow after blow, she beats Kabab with such force that she won't be surprised if he cries. Nene did not stop beating him with all her might. Nassim's magic armor could no longer cope with the onslaught of the enemy. Each time Nene's fist came into contact with his defense, the cracks throughout Nassim's body became wider and wider, and black skin fell in pieces into the ground. Nassim, finally, understood the source of Nene's strength. He did not change. It was the same power as before. Awakening, Nassim was forced to endure one-sided violence because of the difference in magical power. The total amount of Nene's magic continued to grow, and even after excessive awakening, the growth was not going to slow down. Ultimately, after some time, her magical power surpassed the magical power of Nassim. This evolution has nothing to do with awakening. The growth of magical power is too fast. Has this woman really had so much magic since the start of the battle? And she could not take full advantage of all her strength just because she was in human form. No, it can't be like that. Nassim dismissed his guesses as if from stupidity. All my life I fought against the world, and it was this struggle that helped me to awaken. Even with all the qualities of this woman, I cannot give in to her. After all, she, unlike me, grew up in a warm environment of the League. Her desire for awakening in no way can be more significant in comparison with mine. But then her magical power was supposed to grow gradually and eventually stop. However, this was not observed. The magic power of Nene continued to grow and finally reached its peak power, from which it was no longer so easy to defend. You, How can your body accumulate such super powerful power? Nene's next fist crushed both his hands into pieces. Gwailorg. Oh, she broke. Both hands of Habub are crushed into small pieces. Something like molten gold flows from open wounds. It seems even the contents of his body are no longer human. But look, Princess Yaksha is not going to stop at all. Hey. Kabub is trying to fight back with his feet, but it doesn't interfere with Princess Yaksha. With frenzy, she continues to flurry of attacks without hesitation. Wow, with one powerful blow, Princess Yaksha destroys both legs of Habub to the knee. Hubub can no longer stand and immediately falls to the ground, but even after losing all his limbs, he still has a tail. Hubub is trying to deliver one powerful tail punch to Princess Yaksha's stomach, but she caught his tail right behind the tip. It seems that Kabub absolutely did not expect something like that. Galayag. She tore it off. Princess Yaksha pulled out the tail of Habubu right at the bottom. Brilliant liquid is again sprayed in all directions. Princess Yaksha refuses to spare the enemy. I hope this time she will not be so careless. Do not forget that her opponent is able to restore his body from sand. While the commentator vigorously commented on everything that was happening on the screen, Nassim really tried to restore his destroyed limbs. Suddenly, his whole body was suddenly crushed to the ground, as if the sky itself had collapsed and crushed by its weight. Dzibakudson. The pressure is too high, I just can't start to recover. Excessive awakening brought Nene's magical power to a new level. Thanks to this, the force of gravity acting on Nashim became much stronger, and he could not recover at all. Too high pressure did not allow his body to turn into separate particles of sand. Gah! Nene grabbed Nassim's body by the shoulders and lifted it into the air, which, without limbs, looked like a caught caterpillar. Turning him to face her, she threw him back on the sand belly up and crushed his chest with all his strength with his feet. GRGH, grog. Without stopping, Nene stamped his chest again and again. During excessive awakening, the body is likened to demonic. Blazer, having reached such a phenomenon, becomes one with his spiritual device, which is the embodiment of his demonic soul. Due to such a merger, the strength of the body increases exactly in accordance with the strength of the spiritual device. Nassim's body, which must be incredibly strong, collapses in no time. Whenever Nene's heel hits his chest, the cracks become wider and a brilliant fluid flows from them without stopping. This brilliant fluid, a mixture of Nashim's blood and magical powers, awakens Nene's appetite. Riding the motionless body of Nassim, lying with his back on the ground, she let her tongue over his chest and licked every drop of his golden secretions. It seemed that all this gave her unreal pleasure. Melting in ecstasy, she, leaning her chest against his waist, stuck out her scarlet tongue and crawled into each of Nassim's wounds. The sight was frankly disgusting. It was like a maggot crawling in rotten meat. Galayag. The inhabitants of Vermilion, who had been ill for a long time and applauded Nene, calmed down, realizing the changes in her appearance. The demon in her guise was completely different from the person they knew. They didn't even need to discuss these changes. It was enough to look at the monitor, on which a close-up of Nene, laughing loudly, licked the chest of Nassim, who, judging by the expression on his face, was on the verge. Even Nene herself was aware of her changes. Her weak consciousness, waking up from impenetrable darkness, was closely watching her completely changed personality. Hot. Each time she struck, a spark was ignited in her head, and her brain began to go numb with her back. This numbness drained and accumulated in the lower abdomen, causing unbearable pain. But the pain, which should lead to tears, brought her real pleasure. Her brain seemed to melt. How nice. Nashim's face was agony. His magical blood continued to rage in his body. Nene felt all the convulsions of agony with her crotch. Smelling them, Nene's brain became so agitated that she began to choke. She was intoxicated by the pleasure of violence when she destroyed her adversary with her unlimited power. Nene's mind, watching her new identity intently, grinned bitterly. I always understood what I really am. This man lying in front of me is a copy of me. I, like him, also hate a boring life, which, like potent poison, poisons me and makes me feel miserable. Inside myself, I always craved absolute power. Right, I fully realized that day, when I killed my father with one blow. The sensations I got after that murder were so refreshing. I clenched my fist tightly and hit him with all my strength, spraying brains in all directions. His skull split like fragile glass. But I did not feel any guilt. On the contrary, a refreshing, invigorating feeling, as if it had lit a light inside my chest. It was awesome. But then, why didn't she turn into murderers like Nassim or Orgal and continued to be part of the League? There was one reason for this. This was an event that happened one distant summer. Nene wholeheartedly wanted to repay that woman the humiliation she had experienced for the first time in her life. But, sorry, her hope did not come true. Kurono retired. Nene took third place in her place in the Major League of Kings of the Knights. But further aspirations to the top without Kurono made no sense. Disappointment accumulated more and more in her heart. But now, isn't it great? A missing person like me simply cannot exist in a simple measured life. How lucky I am with the current opponent. Once upon a time, without any regrets, I opened the door and got awakened to once again fight with Kurono. And now I will throw on my opponent all the power that Kurono Takizawa World Clock saved for a fight with the knight. I do not want to endure anymore. For the sake of this man, lying in front of me, I will give everything in full. I'm sure it will be a lot of fun for me. I have no idea what will happen to the person known as Nene Seikyo. After all, it no longer matters. For the sake of my satisfaction, I was always ready to burn my body and soul. Right. Chapter 20. Memories that cannot be discarded. I clenched my fist with all my strength, waved, and made a sharp attack forward. I immediately felt a broken nose. Alien flesh was so soft, and the dry sound of crushing alien bones so pleasant. My mother remarried. The man who had become my stepfather was terribly worthless. He did not work, did not help with household chores. He just drank sake every day and had fun. The finished man. Despite the fact that he could not get a job, at home he felt like the king of the world. If he didn't like something, he, while breathing in strong alcoholic vapors, shouted loudly. My mother often cried. He often beat me for the reason, you are useless if you do not bring money, and you cannot flit around the apartment. But these beatings were not serious. They did not pose any threat to life. This pathetic person couldn't even hit normally and at best left bruises on my body. As a blazer, it didn't hurt at all. He beat us with his mother every day. It became such a mundane thing that I did not even pay attention. But one day, I'm so hungry. I was very hungry and could not wait for the long-awaited dinner. There were hamburgers that day. I loved them very much. But then the stepfather intervened. He did not even argue that he did not like. Shouting loudly, he picked up and turned the table with food, as if it was some kind of contagious or leper. And immediately my mother began to beat, which, too, had become an everyday thing. Mom began to apologize, but this man did not stop shouting. And when he trampled the hamburgers that fell to the floor with his own feet, a strong irritation arose in me. I would even say an angry impulse. This day I, Nene Seikyo, clenched my fist for the first time. I was so annoyed that I hit this man in all seriousness. My fist clearly hit his face and smashed his head. The stepfather, whose head was shattered, fell to the floor. At that moment, her mother screeched loudly. What have you done? Why have you done it? She screamed. Already being mature enough, I realized what I had done. Murder. I killed a man. The stepfather killed by me will never rise again. I realized that I had done something terrible, but There was no regret and remorse inside me. Only one feeling warmed up in my heart: joy. After all, shortly before this day, I discovered for myself that I possess the power of gravity. I was overwhelmed with feelings of joy and happiness from the fact that I was able to destroy the annoying hindrance with my own power. Having felt all these emotions, I realized that I could not forget them. But in the world, this is not encouraged. I can bring unnecessary problems to my mother. I loved my mother, so I got patience and locked these feelings in my heart deeper. But a year after the murder, my mother disappeared. Perhaps she no longer wanted to contact the child who killed a man with her own hands, but at the same time did not experience any remorse. Around the same time, I broke. I fought at school, on the street, in underground battles. I was intoxicated by the release of stagnant energy. My opponents were both thugs and handsome men, but the result was always the same. They fell to the floor, cried and asked to take pity on them and save their life. This picture brought me a feeling of great pleasure. I lived a free life and did everything that my soul wanted. Maybe that's why I got the nickname Princess Yaksha. As a person who enjoys violence. While I was in high school, there was not a single person in Western Japan who didn't hear the name Nene Seikyo. But in the 3rd year of high school, when I was going to become a magic knight, an incident occurred, thanks to which my name spread throughout Japan. This incident happened in an underground arena run by cool Japanese brothers. It was on this day that a raid occurred, and I, like many fighters, was arrested. Underground arenas were considered organized crime, where, thanks to anti-social forces, battles took place not for life but for death. I was always considered a difficult child in need of help because of the criminal history in childhood. But this time, everything happened in a completely different way. The International League of Night Mages has always sought to qualify blazers as knights in order to control their actions and deeds. However, after this incident, the headquarters of the International League of Mages Knights seriously began to consider the question of canceling my qualifications as a knight. This would be the first time a knight is cancelled after joining Japan in the league. Even if Nene was studying at that time in a regular school, and not at a knightly academy, this would not have saved her in any way. I did not care. I did not have a clear goal in life. I did not have close adults who could guide me on the true path. But once, in my life, a turning point came that stopped my ongoing degradation. On that day, the head of the Hisaki National Police Department went to the Kyoto Police Hospital. His goal was to meet Princess Yaksha. He had to interrogate her and find out some circumstances of what happened. But what the hell does all this mean? Hisaki was very surprised when he saw the hospital ward of Princess Yaksha. This was not an ordinary hospital ward in which wounded criminals were located, but VIP apartments for dignitaries. The room, reminiscent of a suite in a first-class hotel with the dimensions of 20 tatami, was lined with luxurious furniture. In the center of the suite, sitting in a massage chair that massaged her legs, was Nene Seikyo and humming loudly. She looked very relaxed. "Chef, what is this? Why is Princess Yaksha detained by us located in the VIP apartments of the police hospital, sitting in a massage chair, watching TV and waiting for the varnish on her nails to dry?" "Commissioner, I'm waiting for your explanation. How could this come out?" With a loud voice, Hisaki demanded clarification from the head of the local police station, Shimakamo. With a worried expression on his face, the bald boss Shimakamo was about to open his mouth, but... "Hey, Oji-san Tilda, did you buy what I required?" Nene asked Shimakamo, looking away from Hisaki. "Yes, of course." Shimakamo's quick response caused Nene a joyful laugh. Reaching out, she brazenly laid her hand on his bald head and stroked. Too impudent act, because by age she was younger than his daughters. "Here is our sweetness from Kyoto, as you requested. I beg." Really? These are exactly the sweets that I required. I had never tried them before because to buy, you need to take a queue in the early morning. Hey Oji-san, wanna try it? No thanks, I refrain from sweets. Chronic disease, haha. Clear, this is disappointing. Well, you really need to monitor your health. Really? Uh-huh-huh-huh. Uh-huh-huh-huh. Why are you talking so peacefully, huh? Hisaki shouted, watching the conversation between the two. Chef, I heard that Princess Yaksha was admitted to the police hospital, but she is not even injured. I demand an urgent transfer of the criminal to the detention center, the headquarters of the League for the first time since the entry of Japan into the League, requires the abolition of the nightly qualifications for this troubled child. If the public finds out that we are treating her like a VIP person, the reputation of the Japanese police will be badly damaged. This should never happen, so Hisaki was so excited, but... Sorry, Commissioner, but even you, the head of the National Police Department, I can't obey, Samakamo replied. After all, your requirements are similar to bringing the pistol muzzle to the temple and pulling the trigger. What? Commissioner, you demand the impossible. We cannot detain and arrest her. We, the police in Kyoto Prefecture, have no strength for this. All we could do was hospitably invite her to these apartments and ask her to stay here. What are you carrying? In Japan, there are magic knights who are much stronger than this girl. For example, Kiba's Wolfblade and Keed's Thundering Justice. Where are they? Well, maybe they could manage to keep her, or maybe not. But the question is different. How long would it take for them to arrive? This girl, at will, without any hesitation, can destroy the police hospital and the entire area around him. For this, she will need no more than 10 minutes. No, 10 minutes is too much. What do you mean by that? Asked Hisaki from the pale Shimakamo. The news said that the police and the knights discovered an illegal underground arena and arrested all the criminals. But this is not true. We did nothing. Due to some financial problems between her and the Japanese brothers holding the arena in their hands, Princess Yaksha got angry and destroyed them all. Judging by the video recordings, it took her less than 1 minute to do this. It took her just 1 minute to defeat all the Japanese gangs. We only arrived at the very last moment and arrested all her crippled and shattered opponents. Oh, I am proud that I work in the police, but this pride cannot be any stronger than the instinct of self-preservation. Sorry for that, Commissioner. Okay. Hisaki finally realized why the chief of the Shimakamo local police station was so pale from the start. After all, in front of them is a monster that cannot be chained and placed in a cage. Closely observing the reaction of the commissioner, to whom the whole hopelessness of the situation had only reached because of the enormous difference in strength, Nene smiled. Rising from a chair and pulling Samakamo by a tie to herself, she gently kissed his cheek. Oji-san is a good and obedient boy. I like those. Are you free tonight? No, actually, Are you free? Yes. She only needs consent. Her sharp gaze made the adult man nervous. Even his bald head was soaked with excitement. Why, yes, of course. Well, fine. I will be waiting for you tonight in this room. Watching the obedient reaction of the head of the local police station, Nene sadistic grinned. But her smile quickly turned into a menacing expression when she looked again at Hisaki, who had been standing at the door from the beginning of the conversation. I don't need you. Unlike Oji-san, you annoy me. What? Instantly, Nene's pupils shone with a mysterious red light and a painful cry emanated from Hisaki's throat. Eyes wide open, as if possessed, he began to frantically feel his neck. It was as if someone was pulling him, but there was nothing. A couple of seconds and this, nothing, took Hisaki up in the air. It was as if someone grabbed him by the neck and lifted him sharply. Naturally, Nene was involved in this, which extended an invisible hand created from gravity and began to strangle Hisaki. Okay, I get it. Over his entire time of work, Hisaki has seen many violent criminals. The eyes of this girl are a copy of them. She and those people do not see any value in human life. Therefore, she is clearly not going to joke. If he continues to annoy her, she will happily break his neck. Realizing the terrible truth, Hisaki's whole body began to tremble. GHH. Cock. Suddenly, Hisaki's body fell to the ground, as if it had lost its support. Nene opened her eyes wide in surprise. The moment she heard someone clatter with her tongue, her invisible hand, woven from gravity, disappeared. Cut. Ho 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 ho. Clear. So you're that famous Princess Yaksha from the rumors. I was interested to see the girl, which many people nicknamed Yaksha. But the rumors and conjectures, as always, were too exaggerated. You are just a little mischievous girl. While Hisaki got up and cleared his throat, the door to the room swung open. A small, bald old man appeared on the threshold, on whose feet were the tengugeta. These shoes and a cane gave the impression that he was a skier who had just descended from a mountain. Hearing such words addressed to her, Nene quickly turned around and showed with all her appearance that she was ready for battle. Old man, can you introduce yourself then? Who are you? My name is Torjiro Nango, the little devil. Today I brought one good offer for you. Torjiro Nango, the name of this knight was familiar to Nene. The man, nicknamed the Impeccable, alone survived the Second World War and was the only Japanese knight who managed to win the Divine Military League. A war hero, he was considered the eternal rival of Ryoma Kurigane. Everyone who is even a little connected with the military sphere idolized the name of this person. Except Nene. For her, the name of this man did not cause any emotions. Nene respected only one person in the world. Herself. Such thoughts were in her head. Leaning back in the massage chair, she stared at the old man who was sitting on the couch, legs crossed. Well, and what interesting offer did you bring? Chuckling, Nango nodded his head. Before turning to the point, do you know that the headquarters of the International League of Mages Knights in Japan are vigorously discussing the current situation? I know. This topic is constantly in the news, every day, over and over again. Fights in underground arenas have already been overgrown with numerous rumors. But is it not only there that you can really fight? Ho ho, how a warrior I can understand your feelings. But one cannot ignore the decisions of the government and the League regarding people who take part in battles sponsored by anti-social forces. To get to the bottom of the sentence, Nango again started from afar. As you know, in all member states of the League, a blazer is allowed to use abilities if he has a license of a knight apprentice or a knight mage. Those who do not have a license do not have the right to use their abilities, and they spend their entire lives under supervision. Do you want this life, devil? Therefore, I, the martial arts advisor at Bukaku Academy, decided to take full responsibility for you. I will contact the League headquarters and ask them to change their punishment to temporary supervision. You just need to unlearn 3 more years at my Academy Bukaku after graduating from high school. If you do as I said, the incident will freeze and you, like everyone else, will receive your license as a knight mage. Well, how do you like the offer? Really interesting, right? To summarize Nango's speech, he was going to be responsible for all of Nene's actions in the future. But why? Why on earth would he strain so much for the sake of a juvenile delinquent? Hisaki and Shimakamo, standing against the wall, listened carefully to their dialogue and understood nothing. However, unlike them, Nene immediately traced what purpose Nango was pursuing. So you, like a scout, are looking for a fighter at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. Ho ho ho, how quickly you understood the real state of affairs. Well, what's your answer to my suggestion? Nango did not even try to refute Nene's guess. He was only interested in her answer. However, Nene's response was instant. An interesting offer, old man. Oh. So Nene Seikyu still wants to get a knight mage license. That was Nango's suggestion when he heard her short phrase. Indeed, why not make a living with your innate abilities? But, so thought only an ordinary average knight. Nene had his own opinion on this situation. So, with regard to the license of a knight mage, she does not interest me at all. Even without it, I can get decent treatment, like in the League, fighting in the arenas of terrorists and yakuds. That is why such conversations could not have any effect on Nene. To be honest, she hated school. After all, students and teachers were afraid of her. They kept their distance from her and whispered behind her. If you do not like something, express it in person's face. Otherwise, if you lack courage, then the only thing you have the right to is to bow down and pray for mercy. So Nene thought. She was tired of all that, so with a head, and went into the world of underground martial arts. This place was more exciting and interesting than the whole world outside. Life in such a world quite suits me. All the people around me shared this opinion. Even my mother, who left me, she did not want to live in peace with the monster. Coexistence with him became unbearable for her. Everything is fine. I think it will be better for both of us. So you want to be a one-time pawn in the hands of villains? Your life choices are pretty boring, Nango said. And you have a rare talent, but because of his bad head, he will die faster than realized. Nene quickly jumped up from her chair, succumbing to cheap provocation. Turning to face Nango, she put one foot on the table, as if prepared to attack with a heel. Hey, you old man. Before calling me a disposable pawn, can you check my strength on yourself? Ho ho ho, modern girls are so scary. Are you by any chance one of the Yen Mama one? One young mothers, teenage girls who gave birth early. Hey, I did not give birth, shouted the offended Nene, while Nango shrugged, laughing. Then why do you want to fight the old man who resigned from the battlefield? The devil, our world is much wider and larger than you think. In the best case, you will only be second in strength. In Japan, there is another girl, the same age as you, who is much stronger than you. Ha, what nonsense does your mouth carry? Is there another fighter of my age who is stronger than me? I fought many in the underground arena, and no one could compete with me. I doubt that in your major league there is a fighter stronger than me. Nene laughed out loud at the words of Nango. Then can we bet? And, bet, for what? Nene stared at Nango with a suspicious expression. What bet is this old man going to offer her? On the other hand, Nango, calmly keeping her gaze, continued his words. I want a fight between you, the devil, and that girl. If you lose, you will enter my academy and become a knight. That is, you will be completely under my care. And if I win? Oh, then I'll let you do anything with your body. Do you want to die right now? Ho ho ho, I'm joking. Although I do not think that this is possible. However, if you win, I will do something that you ask. Hearing this from Nango, Nene was a little confused. The words of this old man sounded so seductive. Yes, and she did not feel that she could lose. Well, old man, you are lucky that I was interested in a rival of my age. If I win, you'll dance naked on the street. Although he is old, this man was still the acting god of war. She was interested in a man whom this old man praised so highly. The offer is really interesting. Nene was upset that there was not a single worthy opponent for her in the underground arena. She frankly missed you. In order not to go out in vain, it is better to usefully kill your time. I accept your offer, old man. Today I am freed from underground fighting. Good, Nango nodded. And yes, if your girl, having heard my nickname Princess Yaksha, runs away with loud cries, I will kill you because you just wasted my time. The girl is stronger than Princess Yaksha. Hearing such a firm statement from Nango, Nene accepted his bet. Both sides came to an agreement, which means the battle between the mysterious rival and the infamous Princess Yaksha to be. The next week, Nene went to Tokyo, which was the place of their bet. It was there that one of the knightly academies held their training battle. The third training arena of the Tokyo Academy of Knight Mages was specially booked for their battle. In the yard was an early spring. The graduation ceremony has already passed, so the academy was not crowded. It was then that Nene and Nango appeared. Arriving at the training battle arena, Nene began to warm up a bit in anticipation of the arrival of the opponent. Is that the problem girl from the rumors? Yes, around her is a dangerous aura. But for some reason, Nango-sensei wanted this devil to continue his studies at Bukaku Academy. Do you know anything about this, Kura-gen-kun? No, sensei did not tell me anything about this. But on the other hand, Princess Yaksha's abilities are excellent. I would not want to let go of such a talent. As the head of the Japanese branch of the League, I would like her to become a night mage of our country. Therefore, it's not bad that the god of war himself decided to bail her. Our country will be disgraced if we contact this girl. As members of the government, we must reflect on this. Even in childhood, she nevertheless committed the murder, and this does not bother her. Will this affect the reputation of the Japanese knights? I hope that when she is beaten in this battle, she will become more obedient. It would be great. All these voices belonged to men in suits who from the high stands closely watched the arena. They were the so-called stronghold of the country. All of them held key posts in the government. The situation with Princess Yaksha was a big problem that the League headquarters could not ignore. Among them was also the head of the National Police Department, Hisaki, who recently had an unpleasant experience in dealing with Nene. Looks like they know me. Continuing to warm up, Nene listened to the conversation of the gentlemen. Her eyebrows rose from anger. All of the conversation was built on her defeat. No one believed in the victory of Nene. I do not like it. Such a conversation was unpleasant for Nene. All these gentlemen were too confident in the victory of her mysterious opponent. Along with irritation, interest rose in her. Who the hell is she fighting with today? Finally, the long-awaited man arrived. Oh, Tsukikage-kun, we are here. Nango, who was in close proximity to her, suddenly screamed and called someone to them. Naturally, Nene immediately turned her head. As soon as she looked, she gasped for breath. Her eyes were fixed on the girl, who was led to the arena by a tall, brave-looking man. The girl had long, shiny black hair that flutter when walking, plump breasts, and long, graceful legs. The stranger's dark red eyes watched her closely. Despite the thought that the girl was very beautiful, Nene immediately understood. Without a doubt, this girl will be her adversary. Without any timidity and embarrassment, Princess Yaksha continued to stare at her, standing in the arena. She, climbing the stairs, also did not take her eyes off Nene. When is the last time? Did the man look at her with such a direct and calm look? Her rival looked like a typical young mistress, with well-groomed nails, beautiful hair, and smooth skin. Her whole appearance shouted that she was born in a safe house in which everyone carefully looked after her. I don't like you more and more. Tsukikage-kun, thank you for responding to my request. Sorry to have addressed you so suddenly. It's okay, sensei. Although she still does not study at the Knights Academy, but this is just a training battle. Ho ho ho. It's great that Takizawa-kun willingly agreed to my request. Yes, I like the offer of Nango-sensei and Tsukikage-sensei. My abilities did not show themselves too quickly, so I have little combat experience. This training fight will give me more opportunities to explore my strengths. With a friendly smile on her face, pretty girl Takizawa answered Nango. Turning toward Nene, she held out her hand for a handshake. My name is Kurono Takizawa. This year I will enter the Hagun Academy. Glad to meet you, Nene-san. This girl introduced herself with a friendly smile, but Nene didn't react at all to her gesture. Your face is completely unfamiliar to me. I have not seen you in either the minor or major leagues. A couple of minutes ago you mentioned that your abilities too late showed up. When exactly did you find out that you are a blazer? Last spring. That is why I could not register in the major league. So you still don't know your rank, said Nene, and turned her back to the opponent. Well, I, as elders, will teach you a spoiled little girl. You will see how unlucky you are with the enemy. Looking at the opponent from the shoulder, Nene's eyes flashed viciously. Turning away immediately after her words, she went to the starting position, from which their training battle would begin. Takizawa did not like this attitude. Her black eyebrows frowned in displeasure. Is this Princess Yaksha Nene Seiko? For the first time in my long career as a teacher, I see a child with such a dangerous aura. Without a doubt, this child cannot be ignored. She is still immature, but her terrifying power is a danger to all people. Sensei, as a teacher, I respect your action when you decided to direct this child on the true path. Ho ho ho, I was guided by completely different thoughts. What? Exclaimed questioningly Tsukikage to the words of Nango. I'm far from such a noble adult. When I watched the video on which this little girl raged violently, I realized that I myself want to develop her talent. And so she can challenge a genius. This year's 7-Star Sword Art Festival promises to be the strongest in its long history. Looking at Kurono from under his thick eyelids, Nango added, I really hope for you, Takizawa-kun. Ho ho ho. After his words, Nango left the ring. Oh, something I'm worried about. Takizawa-kun, please do not force yourself to do the impossible. Impossible? Yes, this girl should not be ignored, but we, adults, should do this. It's all right, said Kurono. She had already decided everything for herself, so she did not need excessive care from Tsukikage. I'm not the kind of person who needs to worry about this fight. Kurono was absolutely confident in her words. A year ago, in the second year of high school, she realized her blazer abilities. This was considered a late flowering. It was because of this that she was unable to register in the lower and major leagues, and her abilities were unknown to anyone. But even despite the late dawn of forces, she attracted a lot of attention from senior officials of the country. She had to play a big role in the future of the country. Great expectations were assigned to her, but Kurono, not afraid, accepted them. It was impressive. On the other hand, Nango took Princess Yaksha under his wing quite recently. Tsukikage believed in her strength. He even considered her an uncut diamond. But still, in the victory of Kurono, he had no doubt. Although the word victory in this battle sounded inappropriate. A person wins only when something wins. Only fame awaited them in the same battle. This girl can't even touch Takizawa-kun. Finally, all preparations were completed. The outsiders left, and only 2 girls and a judge remained in the arena. So, let's start our training battle. The battle will obey the rules of the lower league of high school, namely, the rule of 3 knockouts with a 10-second countdown will apply. Participants on both sides, you can materialize your spiritual devices in an illusory form. Charm them all, Beniro Aja. Crumble eternity into pieces. The Prophet 1, Enoi 2. 1 Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Propator. Pioneer, progenitor. 2 Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Enoia. From Greek industry. Both participants materialized their spiritual devices. Nene had 2 red fans in her hands, and Curon had 2 pistols, one of which was black and the other white. Let's go ahead, the judge shouted, thereby opening a training battle. Immediately after the signal, Nene lowered her center of gravity down a bit. She directed her power to her legs in order to push abruptly off the ground and attack. Her opponent is a novice who did not have a real combat experience. Therefore, you only need to attack first. Perhaps her opponent does not even realize that he was trapped. Now the arena is her cell, and she, Nene, is a monster who can do anything. But the old people confidently believe in her victory. Perhaps there really is some kind of talent in her. Nene did not see any powerful force in her figure. Well, for her stupid rival, defeat would be a valuable lesson. I am sorry that in this battle I am your opponent. You shouldn't have stood before me and smugly looked at me. Let our devices, and in an illusory form, you still feel pain. Simple tears will not be enough for me. I will surely ruin your pretty face. You will choke in snot and tears. I will torment you until you publicly urinate it all. I will disgrace you. Coming. Inside her, under the influence of perverted emotions, a flame broke out. Her body was ready to attack. Holding spread fans in both hands, like wings, she quickly ran forward to her rival. But at that very moment, Kurono disappeared from her eyes. It was so unexpected. Nene, without blinking, carefully watched her, but Kurono's figure mysteriously disappeared. And how did it happen? Kurono tried to digest the strange event, but her opponent did not give her time on this. Trigger sound. Nene felt a certain weight on her neck. Looking around, she noticed Kurono, who put a silver gun to her nape. 3 deafening shots and illusory bullets penetrated Nene's skull, causing her body to crash to the ground. You fell. OOH. The gentlemen who came to the training battle were struck to the core by a critical blow at the very beginning of the battle. Instant hit, such a quick outcome of the battle. Her rival did not even have time to do anything. As expected from the ability of investigative causal control over time. Although I heard about her, but still it is amazing. Right, this was the power of control over the time of Kurono Takizawa. Her strength was part of the group of investigative causal abilities, and among them, she was the strongest. Naturally, no one doubted Kurono's victory. No doubt the gravitational forces of Nene also possessed monstrous power, but they could not be compared with the power of manipulating Kurono's time. Her strength is equally good in attack and defense. Truly amazing. At that moment, while Nene concentrated her strength in her legs, Kurono used the acceleration of time. And attacked first, said Nango, gagging. She only awakened her spiritual device a year ago and is already so good at battle. Well, this is to be expected. Good work, Tsukikage-kun. I just advised her and gave advice. She is very strong even without me, Tsukikage answered, watching Kurono in the arena. As soon as she awakened her abilities in the 2nd year of high school, the Japanese headquarters of the League took special measures and sent Kurono to receive practical skills at the Japanese Academy of Knights for a whole year. Perhaps these measures seem a little tough, but a knight with the strongest abilities is a good military asset for the state. If you are born with unique, temporary abilities that have no analogues in the world, such attention on the part of the government becomes quite natural. To summarize, Kurono Takizawa is a super elite that the state branded as a genius immediately after awakening her powers. Her combat training was so harsh that not every adult withstood it, but Kurono dealt with all of them without any problems. Carefree girl childhood, aware of her strength and the duty assigned to her, she completely abandoned this precious time. Her strong sense of responsibility was developed beyond her years. Therefore, she had no shortage in the absence of combat experience. She simply, unlike her rival, did not boast of her strength. The outcome of the battle is quite expected. Hey, the girl got up. What? Exclaimed Tsukikage. He was very surprised when Nene managed to recover. How? She was shot in the head. Damage from the device in an illusory form is similar to severe hypnosis. Pain and incapacity seems real, but it's just a hoax. With a strong will and determination, you can endure and remain in service. That's exactly what she did, said Nango, watching how Nene managed to get off her knees. His eyes immediately shifted to the judge, who had already managed to count to 8. Stop counting. She is still able to fight. You really still have the strength to fight. Of course, growled Nene. Despite the confident answer, she was unable to hide the violent sweating on her face and sympathetic breathing. The fact that the device in an illusory form does not cause wounds to the body is true, but the pain felt completely real. My head was very noisy. My consciousness seemed to be clouded by a muddy veil. Due to a severe headache, her entire spine twisted. She did her best not to collapse. But, so you are able to manipulate time. No wonder all the guys are so sure of your victory. Despite her condition, Nene did not forget to think about the fight. What would you do in her position? That's right, they tried to reveal and understand the ability of the opponent. Meanwhile, Kurono, wide-eyed in surprise, smiled. Yes, this is my double-time ability. With it, I can reduce my time to 1 second of world time. Although a 10-fold increase in my time is still my limit. But you surprised me much more. I shot your head several times. Although the bullets were illusory, I still can't believe that at least someone can get on their feet after such an attack. Words of praise pouring out of her rival's mouth had the opposite effect. Instead of calming down, Nene got even more angry. Do not look down on me. Immediately after the scream, Nene released her magical power, which looked like a gust of wind. Holding in both hands an open iron fan, she attacked Kurono. Now Nene pursued one goal, to reduce the distance and impose close combat. After all, her rival has a device in the form of twin pistols. In close combat, her advantage will completely disappear. But Kurono did not slow down. As soon as Nene entered her reach zone, she again activated double the time. I'm 10 times faster. I will not let it. This time, Kurono failed to stop Nene. Nene, coping with her acceleration of time, did not let her escape. Does she keep up with Takizawa-kun, even after 10-fold acceleration? No, it's different. In order to catch up with Takizawa-kun, Nene reduced her speed by increasing gravity in the arena. Her opponent moves 10 times faster, but she quickly orientated and counterattacked. Amazing girl. Behind Nene was a great experience. Fighting in underground arenas, while still a high school student, is very difficult. Even before this moment, she had not yet met people with the ability to manipulate time, but she had met with opponents who were able to increase their speed many times. Therefore, to fight against this, she had stockpiled a special technique. Crush like a frog, you cannot escape from me. With the help of Baniro Aja, Nene used the Jibikujin technique. By issuing super heavy gravitational waves, she forced Kurono to significantly reduce her speed. Despite her violent and cheeky behavior, her fighting spirit and abilities were at the highest level. By supporting the supergravity ring around her opponent with the help of iron fans, Nene began to close her distance. Caught. Finally, Nene became close to Kurono at a critical distance. The flash and its fans obliquely attacked the rival. Even having 10 times the speed, Kurono could not evade. It was too late. Nene put all her strength into this attack in order to return the favor for past humiliation. Nango-sensei, your girl is not the only one who can slow down her opponent. Freeze time. Suddenly, Nene's body hardened. She froze in the same position as she attacked, as if she were frozen, completely spitting on the law of inertia. This is another Kurono ability. In addition to manipulating her time, she could manipulate the time of her opponent as well. In this case, Kurono simply stopped Nene's time and stepped back a little. Moving away from her by about 10 meters, she simultaneously began to shoot from a black and white pistol. 10 shots fired from her every pistol. All 20 bullets rushed to Nene and stopped in close proximity to her. They reached the boundary, where space at ordinary speed turned into space with a stopped time. Hourly draw 1. I don't even know how to normally translate this ability. Japanese letter. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Clock draw. At the moment when Kurono fired the 11th bullet from a black Prepator pistol, the sound of broken glass was heard, and the frozen time was back to square one. Gareariza. Bullets that stopped in space simultaneously pierced Nene's body. It was super unexpected for her. At that moment when she thought that she was about to defeat her rival, a flurry of many bullets literally riddled her whole body. She did not even have time to defend herself. Immediately after Kurono's attack, her body again fell to the ground. GHH. Nene groaned on the stone floor of the arena, writhing in pain. Shit, she stopped the time around me, and while I froze in place, she fired all those bullets. Damn girl, so she can intervene not only in due time. A truly incredible ability, not a single flaw. Her thoughts were confused, her mind filled with despair. But that's not all. Nene's mouth widened in a grin. Despite the plight, her soul was excited. The girl in front of her looked so adult. Adults fully trust her, and now she looks down on me, Princess Yaksha. Although with her abilities, she is quite entitled to it. Heck, how furious. Looks at me like that dumb stepfather. I will beat you. Her whole body was cramping with pain, but Nene forced her consciousness to awaken. Gritting her teeth tightly, she stood on her feet. What? She is still able to stand on her feet. In the end, they fight devices in an illusory form, although one cannot fail to note her strong will. Usually, even the illusory form of the device is enough so that you do not get up after a fatal blow. What can we say about a high school student participating in the minor league? But Nene, she had already received a critical hit twice and still got to her feet. The gentleman who watched her from the rostrum could not help but admire her indomitable will. Kurono thought the same thing, fighting directly against her. Your perseverance is impressive, but maybe it's better to give up. Your abilities are not enough, Seikyo-san. Do you understand this yourself? No need to overpower yourself and endure all this pain. Your little fart toys can't hurt me, stuffed animal. The call for brutal surrender was rejected by Nene. She again attacked Kurono, but only now with long-range attacks. Turning her iron fans of Baniro Ageja towards Kurono, she fired at her with bullets of supermassive energy that resembled a crescent in shape. Hylia. Oh, sighed Kurono, stopping Nene's energy bullets. Slowly walking towards her, Kurono began to shoot straight at Nene. Her goal was to place a bulletproof fence at the border of controlled time. This time, the number of her shots reached 60. Watching the monstrous power of his student, Tsukikage felt awe of her strength. Nene is far from weak. One might even say her strength is much more powerful than the winner of the current high school league. Her strength can be easily attributed to B rank and higher. But even with such power, each Nene attack was calmly handled by Takezawa Kurono. The result of their training battle was already known to everyone. Here, for example, now, an obstacle of many bullets is about to pierce her whole body again. The third knockout is already approaching, and by the rule, this will be a defeat for her in this battle. The battle is over. For some reason, Nango considered Nene a worthy rival for her, but she is in no way able to confront Kurono. Ah! Tsukikage exclaimed in surprise, fully convinced of Kurono's absolute victory. The sight that surprised him really looked impossible. All 60 bullets, moving in an unnatural trajectory, passed near the body of Nene. She made it. With her strength, she twisted the space around her, Nango said joyfully. Hearing his remark, Tsukikage understood what had happened before his eyes. Nene interfered with her gravitational force into the surrounding space, creating an intricate space-time labyrinth. All bullets that sought to pierce her body in a straight trajectory fell into the trap and moved in completely different directions. What an amazing girl. She completely wiped out Kurono's hourly draw. Being cornered, she did not even think of giving up. With each new move by Kurono, she continued to adapt. Her goal remained unchanged, closer to her rival. This desire of Nene to reach his adversary aroused admiration for Tsukikage. Closer and closer Nene approached Kurono, who was greatly surprised at the failure of her sentry draw. Their bodies are almost touching. Fans in the hands of Nene, like the wings of butterflies, fluttered with each step. Unexpectedly for Nene, her body was stuffed with bullets. Hourly draw, said a voice behind Nene. Nene's eyes didn't even catch the residual image of her rival's movement. Without a doubt, when she again approached Kurono at a critical distance, her time was stopped again and she froze. If your opponent is able to distort space, then you must not let him do it, said Nango, tracking all the changes in the space between the two. Perhaps you are asking yourself why Nene failed to prevent the hourly draw this time. The answer is simple. The distance between them was too small. The space in which Kurono stopped time was touching the body of Nene. Therefore, no gravitational curvature could protect Nene from bullet firing from zero distance. Nene continued to improve and adapt directly during the battle. But at that moment, when she practically reached Kurono, she deftly leaped forward and presented new surprises. This girl is a real genius. Her techniques, battle strategies, all this could not be acquired during training. This is a real talent. Before the start of the battle, Nango thought that the lack of combat experience on the part of Kurono would allow them to equalize their strengths. But now he, too, became convinced of the complete impotence of Nene. Unfortunately, now she is not a rival to her. Thus, even Nango was absolutely sure of her defeat. But the muffled sound of the fall of the body did not sound. Nene only crashed with trembling knees to the ground, but did not fall. She stopped the full fall. How? She was shot point-blank at 10 bullets. Despite the fact that Nene received 10 mortal wounds, it's not strange. She didn't even lose consciousness. What kind of feelings made her go so far? Besides Nene's strong will and determination, something else was surprising. Her facial expression. She is laughing. It was not a laugh of bragging. She just felt happy. Her eyes sparkled even brighter. Hey, it's not over yet. You are a little sparkling girl. I will not lose to you. No, Seikyo-san, you can't win. I always get up. Immediately after her words, Nene made a third attack attempt. However, this attack did not pose any threat. She moved with an uneven, trembling step, and strength was not felt in her hands. Her whole appearance indicated that she had already reached her mental limit. This condition is very dangerous. Nango-sensei, even despite the illusory form of their devices, a further battle will cause serious mental damage to her soul. Need to stop their fight. Tsukikage Nango said excitedly. Wait, Nango said shortly. What? Why? There was nothing left in her except anger. In her expression, there is still no sadness. And, what are yous, what? Looking more closely at Nene, Tsukikage caught her breath. This girl really laughed. Her expression was not like she had lost heart and surrendered. Why? What are you going to do in such a hopeless situation? All observers felt a bad feeling about this. Something must happen now. Hourly draw. Another flurry of bullets riddled Nene's body. The number of bullets exceeded 200 pieces. To tell you the truth, Kurono was already starting to lose her patience. She did not want to continue this battle, the result of which is already known to everyone. Illusory attacks can be overcome with a strong will, but there is a limit to everything. Kurono was aware of him, so she wanted to stop the fight with this last attack. But something made her turn toward Nene. And Kurono suddenly threw herself into the cold, as if all her blood had suddenly frozen. The reason for her condition was a huge pool of blood vomit, which Nene erupted from herself. How is this possible? I attacked her with a device in an illusory form. Heck. Kurono shook her head strongly in different directions in an attempt to get rid of confused thoughts. What? How? Why? I just shot it with illusory bullets. I could not accidentally shoot the real one, because then she would have definitely died. Are you okay? Hurriedly, Kurono rushed to Nene, who was still vomiting blood. She completely forgot about caution. And suddenly, sparks from his eyes fell in all directions. Nene's head, drooping powerlessly to the ground, rushed sharply upward and struck Kurono's chin with all his might. Grog. The back of Nene's head jerked up and hit Kurono's chin. For the first time since the start of the battle, the Nene attack reached an opponent. A severe pain blow echoed in his head, and Kurono's knees staggered. But that was exactly what Nene needed. She would never miss such a safe chance to attack. Moving in a frantic dance, Nene attacked with her iron fans, in which supergravity magic was still concentrated. She has little time. In order to somehow save him, Nene even stopped breathing and struck at Kurono with all her might. Her rival, who had not yet moved away from the last blow to the chin, was not able to defend herself. A powerful blow Nene literally blew her back, and she crashed to the ground. First knockout. The judge loudly announced the result of her attack. But this Nene was not enough. Pushing off the ground and jumping, she landed on Kurono's stomach. Continuing her dance, she began to beat Beniro Aja, with her device on her face again and again. Her attack with supergravity magic penetrated Kurono's skull and went into the arena. As a result, the coating, unable to resist such a force, collapsed and cracks like a web rushed in all directions. Haoza, die Hawa. She's not going to stop. Judge, stop the fight. Why yes, stop it, Seikyo, get down from the rival. The judge immediately intervened in the battle and, with considerable effort, removed Nene from the rival, who until the last continued to strike at Kurono. It took Nene a certain amount of time to calm down. Now she is fighting not in her usual underground battle arena, but in a training battle that obeys the rules. Such behavior on her part is unacceptable. Ahi. While the judge, for the sake of safety, Kurono dragged Nene away, she spat out something with blood. It was a piece of meat less than 2 centimeters. One does not even have to guess. Without a doubt, it is Nene's language. Abnormal. She bit off a piece of her tongue to trick her rival in battle. She really is obsessed with battle. She forgot that their battle is just a training. Nene's sudden insanity was alien to the observers. Turning pale with fear, they watched the further development of events. Meanwhile, Nene, looking at Kurono, who continued to lie motionless on the ground, laughed joyfully, completely not caring about the blood pouring from her mouth. Naya ha, so you need it, you fool. Oh, such a pleasant feeling. What did you say there? Give up. Can't I win? Continuing to be so careless and careless, you yourself allowed such an outcome of the battle, Naya ha. So this is how it is. However, you are right. And Nene's wild laughter abruptly interrupted. After all, the body of Kurono, motionless lying in front of her, disappeared. Zoe. Not even having time to gather his thoughts, a strong blow flew into her back. But as soon as she turned her head back to see who struck, another strong blow flew into her stomach from the right side. Another attack. Nene, armed with iron fans, quickly turned around again to see her opponent. But the next blow came from somewhere to the left, then to the right side. Again hit on the left. Temple, knee, head. Nene continued to beat, kick continuously. Continuous violence, like violent rain, poured on her from all sides, but she still could not see Kurono. Rush hour. This technique combined both freezing time and doubling time. Using this technique, Kurono widened the time gap, preventing her opponent from reacting at all to her attacks. Nene no longer knew what to do. Her eyes could not catch the figure of the enemy. But on the other hand, Kurono constantly shot her with pistols, beat her with her hands, and kicked her. Each blow responded with pain in her body, but Kurono did not stop again and again, and broke her. How long has this violence been going on? It seemed to her that several hours had passed, but only 1 second of world time had elapsed since the attack by Kurono. Gah. After countless blows, Nene's mind was about to fall into the dark. But the sharp pain from pulling out her hair and the sensation of a foreign object screwed into her mouth forced her to come to her senses. A cold and hard foreign object. It was a weapon materialized from the soul of Kurono, a silver whitish Enoi pistol. Some people think that they can defeat their opponent without causing him serious injuries. In a serious battle, it can cost a life, so do not worry about your opponent's condition. Thanks for the lesson, I learned a lot in this fight. Kurono, lifting Nene's head by her hair, screwed her gun deeper into her throat. Her even tone did not change at all, but her expression. It did not at all resemble her original. Her burning eyes burned with anger, eyebrows were raised high, and his mouth was exposed in a menacing grin. At the moment, she felt the same emotions as Nene. She recognized in her a real enemy. Die. The last shoot. Pushing her Enoi pistol even deeper into Nene's throat, Kurono pulled the trigger. Immediately after the shot, Nene's entire body was convulsed. It took some time before her cramps began to subside. A little water splashed out onto the arena from Nene's crotch, and finally her body completely subsided. With an expression of complete disgust, Kurono unclenched her fingers, which held Nene's hair tightly. Having lost support, Nene's body fell a third, last time to the ground. The last knockout. In this battle, Kurono won an absolute unconditional victory. After battle, Nene woke up only half a day later, when the sun was already going down to the horizon. Land. Only awakened, Nene looked around with a blurry look. She lay on the bed, and her room looked very much like a medical ward. As soon as her consciousness was fully awakened, the result of the battle immediately surfaced in her head. I lost. She still could not believe it, because before that, Nene had always won. But it's true, she lost yesterday. The last scene of their battle was firmly imprinted in her head. Kurono's facial expression. It clearly read open hostility, but her face changed only at the end of their battle. From the very beginning of the battle and almost to the end, Kurono beat Nene, not even considering her her enemy. Ah, how furious. Nene creaked through her teeth. Pulling herself together a little, she heard voices. They rang out outside her chamber. Judging by the voice, two men communicated. One of them was definitely Nango Torajiro, the old man who got her involved in this fight. The owner of another voice was also a little familiar to her. It was Tsukikage. It was he who brought Kurono into the arena. Nango-sensei, I regret what happened today, I think to me. Don't worry, leave everything to me. I am responsible for her, so I will take her back home to Kyoto myself. I hope she has cooled a little and will not be very violent. She faced a genius and, even fighting at the limit of her strength, she could not oppose anything. Ho ho ho. Something is wrong. Nango asked Tsukikage, who did not answer his words. Only after some time, he opened his mouth. I think I should apologize to this girl. When you, Nango-sensei, suggested that I arrange a fight between her and Takizawa-kun, I was very surprised. Your words seemed to me complete nonsense. My student could not lose in this fight. What can I say? I thought that she could not even touch. It is logical to think so. The ability to manipulate time is too strong. My girl was completely lost to her. But still, she managed to touch Takizawa-kun. The ability to manipulate time. This is an incredibly strong and powerful ability in the world. Even I have no idea how to confront her. The attempt to challenge a person with such power seems ridiculous. The outcome of the battle is obvious. She could not win today's fight, but she did not give up. No matter how much they beat her, she constantly got up. She tried to adapt to the enemy and even presented surprises. I was too low on her. The silhouette of Tsukikage standing at the window hung his head dumbly. Nango-sensei, take care of this girl. The only teacher who can control her is just you. Ho ho ho. It is for this reason that I bet with her. You better take care of Takizawa-kun and tell her that next time my girl will lather her neck properly. Got it, then see you soon. The conversation came to an end, and there was a receding clatter of the sound of boots. After some time, the door opened, and a small, bald old man Nango entered her room. He immediately noticed that Nene woke up and was already in a reclining state. So you woke up already. His face was deeply wrinkled with deep wrinkles, but even they could not hide his evil smile. Hey, you lost so brilliantly. I thought you could do something for her, because before your battle she had no combat experience. But in this battle you are completely smeared. Ho ho ho. I will kill you, old octopus. Ho ho ho. Angry, Nene began throwing pillows, vases, thermometers, everything that fell into her hands, but not a single thing hit the target. Nango, despite his age, easily dodged all her makeshift shells. GHH, how clever you are, old man. I change my mind, you are not an octopus, you are a monkey. Ho ho ho. You, I will kill you. Ho ho ho. In rages. Well, that was to be expected. Don't you piss me off. I'm talking about Kurono Takizawa. And you know what I mean. This girl from the very beginning of the battle did not fight me seriously. She did not feel any emotion for me. She could bear me from the first second of the match, but she didn't. Our whole battle was a game for her. Arg, how furious. So this is how it is. The feelings Nene experienced at the moment are quite natural. So then you felt anger, jealousy, irritation, despair, and fun. From the last word of Nango, Nene's heart beat faster. It even made it harder to breathe. Fun. This feeling was very different from disappointment and humiliation. But Nene could not argue, fight, and the truth was fun. I thought so. Your ego was completely crushed by the enemy in this battle. But it's fun. Now you feel annoyed that you can't do anything. Therefore, a new goal has appeared in your life. Overcome your barrier, become stronger, do the impossible. Chase her to the last and repay her humiliation. Looking at Nango's face, Nene felt a cold sweat come out on her back. Where's that familiar, cheerful old man who showed up for her in Kyoto? A predatory grin appeared on his face, and his eyes, which were half closed by thick eyelids, burned with wildfire. Fighting in the underground arena, she never saw such an expression among her opponents. The ambitions that Nango demonstrated showed a lot. Hey, old man, a real teacher should not say such things. Nene said with a tight smile. Ho ho ho, you devil, have you still not understood that we are both perverts who are turned in battles? Laughed Nango. His face returned a familiar expression. Now let's get down to business. Princess Yaksha, I want to hear your answer about the outcome of our bet. Do you want to fight a genius again whose strength no one doubts? Do you want to prevail over him when everyone believes in his victory? I am sure you will have fun. For the first time in her life, she felt disgusting. Nene was so disappointed with herself that she even felt fun. Therefore, well, I accept your help, Nene said, shaking the old man's hand without hesitation. I will do everything possible. Next time I will never lose. You will see how I lather her neck, and I myself will look down at her. She was given a great chance to increase her potential and physical strength. It will definitely be fun. Nene still remembered that moment, as if it had happened yesterday. She tried her best to return the favor to that girl for the humiliation she had experienced in that battle. Let her lose, but she really had fun. Nene worked hard, going through harsh training. Previously, she had never received such lessons, but nature gave her talent. Like a sponge, she easily absorbed Nango's Enkyoku won, fighting style, and made his techniques fit for her. One Chinese letter, dancing with a sword, her level of magic has grown dramatically. She has learned many new abilities. Finally, she was ready to fight again. The moment of revenge has come. In their first battle, Kurono did not even see her as an enemy. But then, when their eyes crossed again, Nene realized that Kurono was also looking forward to their next battle. She, like Nene, was also ready to sacrifice everything for the victory. It seemed that their future battle was predetermined by fate. But, I'm sorry. Their final battle did not take place. Kurono decided to live as a woman and mother, and not to settle matters with Nene. Their paths diverged. But it was to be expected. After all, the struggle that Nene imposed for herself meant nothing to Kurono. That is why she left the A-Rank League without any hesitation. But now in front of her eyes is an enemy on whom she can demonstrate all the strength that she has been saving for the sake of Kurono for so long. Habib Nassim al-Salam. She cannot restrain her death dance. The enemy will without any doubt withstand her furious onslaught. True, she no longer needed to be obsessed with Kurono. Spend all your strength at the moment on this enemy. Pour out all of yourself, stagnant for many years of inaction. Of course, as a result of all this, she will no longer be able to return to her former identity, Nene Seikyo. But why should she come back? She is having fun and in that condition. I was convinced of this, but still. From her brilliant lips came her joyful voice. Immediately after these cryptic words, Nene quickly jumped from Nassim's body. What happened? Princess Yaksha, mercilessly beating Habab, suddenly stopped the attack and jumped off his body. But why? She was a step away from victory. Hoth, what are you doing? Nassim asked, panting, lifting his upper body from the ground. His black transformed body was completely covered with deep cracks, from which a golden substance continuously flowed, which was a mixture of his blood and magical power. Nene was responsible for all of these injuries, who continuously beat him with supergravity blows. If she continued to beat him, she would surely destroy his soul. But Nene stopped the attack. Her act was incomprehensible to Nassim, however. For him, it was a favorable combination of circumstances. His furious fire in his chest was very extinguished. It takes a certain amount of time before he fully comes to his senses. You are not worthy. I don't want to fight you seriously. What are you talking about? You're not obsessed. And what are you talking about? Old man, before that you stated that we are alike. I agree with that. You are intoxicated with violence, which is why you constantly expose your unlimited power, which is in full swing in you. I think the roots of our strength are deeply rooted in the past, because we were originally separated from society. And it is for this reason that I refuse to seriously fight you. After all, I realize that such people are terribly boring. In Nassim, she saw an old self that had not yet met with Kurono. At that time, Nene lived a boring life. She only did that she was rampaging for no reason. Such an adversary, similar to the old me, is not worthy of a serious attitude. I can only regret it. I don't want to fight you with all my might. Indeed, in this world, there is only one person whom I want to defeat with all my heart. This is my dear Kuchan. I still remember the day when we first met. Her high head was annoying. Thick and long eyelashes, black shiny hair. Her faint smell of shampoo tickled my nose. Large breasts that have grown in favorable conditions. Beautiful and long hands, the nails on which were well-groomed and neatly trimmed. She was also taller than me. Against her background, I felt like a stupid little man. Her whole appearance was stunning. She looked as if she was absolutely confident in her abilities. It was only when I met my eyes that it became difficult for me to control myself. Her eyes looked forward proudly. She chose her own path in life and walked confidently along it. All this was terribly annoying and enraging. It was then that I had a new meaning in life, victory over it. Old man, I want to thank you. After all, it was in this battle that I understood something. No matter how I try to deceive myself, no matter what compromises I try to look for, it became clear to me that one cannot give up one's dream. I will not be satisfied if I release all my strength and begin to run amok. All I wish is to have fun with her. No compromises and no deception. I have a clearly defined goal. It's even strange why I tried to refuse it. Maybe it's because of the terrible thought that I will never surpass it. I remember the face of Kurono at the end of our first battle. I remember her face during our final match at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. She, like me, gave all the best for the sake of victory. Since I cannot compete with her, I just need to try to go hand in hand with her. She is stronger than this old man. She is much prettier than this old man. She looks so attractive that I always envied her. Next time it is you who will admire me. Immediately after these words, the horns of Nene with a loud crack broke off from her forehead. Ah, Princess Yaksha's horns fell off her head. And not just horns, look at your hand. Her right hand, made of super dense gravitational matter, has disappeared. And even the eyes took their former form. I have no idea what is going on, but all this is very similar to the fact that her obsession has passed. Immediately as the horns of Nene broke away from the head, its appearance returned to its former state before excessive awakening. She lost control of the tremendous magical power she gained through excessive awakening. You can say for sure that her combat power has dropped significantly. All this transformation to the previous appearance was caused by the fact that her ego again took control of her body. Even though she was weakened, Nene was glad that she had returned to her old form. She just went through an excessive awakening. The excitement that burned her brain was like a drug. If she had stayed a little more in this state, then she would have definitely lost consciousness, and her ego would have been destroyed. She would have turned into a wild beast that has always sought pleasure in violence. Unlimited power, once released from the brakes, will be the source of new and new destruction. And only death could stop her, like the man in front of her. I don't want Kurono to see me like that. If I remain in this guise, then instead of admiration, she will be filled with disgust for me. So far, I do not know how to achieve my goal, but in the future I will come up with something. And now, I need to take care of this terrible idiot who swear by their strength. Charm them all, Beniro Ageha. Holding her left hand in front of her, she called on her device, which had previously been destroyed. The soul, responding to her words, materialized in her hand in the form of an iron fan. Her device, which looked fragile and flickering, was again ready for battle. Hee, ha 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 ha. Habib Nassim El-Salem burst out laughing. Stupid girl, you have a 1 in 1,000 chance to get an endless source of strength. But because of your stupidity, you decided to abandon him. Princess Yaksha, you lost the opportunity to defeat me, growled slowly rising Nassim. Golden light did not stop pouring from his mouth. All this time, he could neither rise nor heal his body. But now that Nene has emerged from a state of excessive awakening and has lost most of her strength, her ability, Jibikyu-N, all this time holding back Nashima, has drastically weakened. Powerful pressure disappeared, and now he could calmly turn his body into dust. Taunting Nene, Nassim turned his body into sand, which was damaged to the extent that Nene's previous attacks destroyed it. However, Nene did not even try to interrupt his recovery process. Rather, maybe she tried, but at the moment she did not have enough strength for this. After all, her strength returned to its previous level to excessive awakening. Finally, after some time, the whole body of Nassim was restored. The danger has passed. The thought flashed with relief in his head. Never in my life had I been so close to my own death. The chilling fear that I felt. I have never been so scared to be on the battlefield, which seemed to become so dear to me. I always believed in my own strength and was convinced that I could get out of any difficult situation. But she robbed me of my arms and legs. I could not do anything. I was forcibly dragged into the abyss of death. And then I realized that I had reached my limit. Death, like fire, slowly devoured my life without stopping. It was colder than ice and darker than a moonless night. All this time, Nassim had erroneous death notions. Just remembering her, his body began to tremble. Oh, thank you. I will never put such terrible thoughts into my head. You need to calm down. Now everything is in order. Nene abandoned her, excessive awakening, and released monstrous power from her hands. Nassim still did not understand what Nene was guided by when she returned to her human form. Having lost the demonic shell, she lost the chance to deal with him. As evidence of its weakening, the Jibikyu technique was greatly weakened and could no longer restrain it. Fear of Nene practically disappeared. Having finally come to his senses and gathered his thoughts, Nassim tightly clenched his right fist, radiating the light of red-hot iron. You ruined all the fun. With your stupid deed, you condemned yourself to death. Well, it's time to end our fight. With a flurry of attacks with his left hand, Nassim planned to bestow Nene standing in front of him. After all, after leaving the state of excessive awakening, the difference between their magical powers increased. But when he tried to break away, his legs did not take a single step. Her damn look. In contrast to his zeal, Nene silently kept her eyes on Nassim's feet. A huge difference in strength. She was most aware of this on the battlefield. The situation seemed hopeless, but the determination in her eyes did not diminish. Her willpower burned even brighter. Trembling and weakness were not observed on her face. The whole look of Princess Yaksha showed that she was not going to surrender to the enemy. But why? Can she still oppose something to him? Impossible. Nassim categorically refused this thought. He was already convinced that the power of Princess Yaksha in human form and in a state of excessive awakening was very different. None of her attacks could even inflict a scratch on him. In addition, Nene is now very weak. She lost her hand, her device flickered faintly, threatening to disappear at any moment. Moreover, it seems she is not even able to budge. Despite the half-dead appearance of his rival in the battle, Nassim could not stop the trembling. The memory of the moment when he was almost driven into the abyss of death was still warmer in his head. Need to calm down. He need not be afraid anymore. No matter how strong your soul is, the human body has a clear limit of magical power that can be used. Nene cannot oppose him. True, this is just my fear. For the first time in my life, I am so afraid of my opponent. But her Jibakujan technique no longer holds me back. Princess Yaksha is clearly not even strong enough for Yaksha Kagura. The next dead-end impact will end the fight with my victory. Cried Nassim, trying to reassure himself with this indisputable fact. Releasing a loud battle cry, Nassim set in motion his body, which was numb with fear, and ran. Her right fist, around which a black and golden whirlwind circulated, was stretched forward. Nene is too weak for resistance. His blow will turn her into dust. Umri, roared Nassim, reducing the distance along the shortest straight path. His advance was overly aggressive. Although this is not surprising. After all, he put all his courage to make his body move. He could not continue to stand in one place and look at her. However, in response to the attack of Nassim, Princess Yaksha also went on her last attack. And, already almost touching the dead-end impact, Nassim felt that his body weight had significantly deviated from previous values. He began to swing left and right. The balance was broken, but Nassim immediately understood the reason. Damn woman, she's playing with gravity again. Nene's main ability is the direct manipulation of gravity. She can make her opponent either heavy or lighter. It was this power that Nene used in the battle against her opponent. The body of Nassim, suddenly for himself, became much easier, and because of an elongated right fist, he began to swing around. Without doing such a trick over the enemy, the exhausted and all-wounded Nene could not evade the enemy's attack. And so, in the immediate vicinity of Nassim's dead-end impact, she managed to slip quite easily under his arm. Smiling at the edge of her lips, Nene sharply waved the Baniro Ajaha. Her blow was clearly aimed at a specific area of Nassim's body. His head began to fill with thoughts of Nene again. Princess Yaksha went on the offensive and attacked him herself. What kind of ability is she going to use? His body, having lost its balance, was not able to defend itself. He had no choice but to accept her blow. In the eyes of the wounded Nene, firm determination was still red. It was as if she was about to end him with one single blow. Just watching her, the fear of Nassim's death reappeared in his heart. She is bluffing, she is bluffing. Trying to cope with his fear, Nassim desperately began to calm himself. She has emerged from a state of excessive awakening. She has no more strength to kill me with one blow. She poses no threat to me. No determination and strong will help her. I am absolutely sure of this. His words were like a prayer. However, contrary to all his insignificant prayers, Nene mercilessly struck on his side. And was he afraid of that? The tip of the Baniro Ajaha gravitational blade was unable to penetrate deep into Nassim's shiny black muscle tissue. Her attack left only a slight scratch. Ga, JHH. Immediately after the attack, Nene fell to her knees and coughed loudly. Black blood poured from her mouth. Her body was at the limit. The numerous damage from Nassim and the consequences of excessive awakening made themselves felt. Unable to even keep on her knees, she crashed to the ground and began to writhe in agony. Gah-ha-ha-ha. Nassim's whole fear of Nene, fettering his heart, completely evaporated. A waste of last effort. No doubt Nene is gifted. Her cruelty is much higher than mine. If she had not come out of excessive awakening, I would already be dead. But she refused this gift. She is not yet ready to accept this power. With her stupid ambitions, she ruined herself. Everything is over. She reached her limit. No more fear. Your face was full of determination, but what was the result? Your blow left me only a slight scratch. You can no longer resist because it is useless. Nassim laughed out loud, waving his right fist. His goal was Nene, sprawling at his feet, or rather her head. Last blow. This thought really warmed him and brought joy. But, undoubtedly, in such a lousy state, I cannot even scratch you. In spite of the difficult situation, Nene's lips spread out in a wide smile. What? Suddenly, a light appeared on the side of his body, which, like a prism, shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. The radiance was so bright that only by looking could one be blinded. But strangeness was not limited to one light. To Nassim's great surprise, the light began to focus at the point where Nene hit her device a couple of moments ago and disappear into it. However, not only light was focused at this point. Galalia. The body of Nassim, along with the light, began to attract with incredible force to that very unfortunate point. Ariza. Panicked, Nassim looked back at Nene and struck with all his might with his fist on the side where the iridescent light converged. Big mistake. His right fist was instantly consumed by a point. That continued to absorb light into itself, but everything was not limited to a hand. The point, without losing strength, continued to attract his body. What the hell is this? Is Nene's gravity responsible for this? Impossible. The force that attracted him was much greater than the power of Nene, even when she was in excessive awakening. Is it possible that Princess Yaksha has surpassed the limitation of the magical powers of Nene Seikyu? What have you done? Cried Nassim desperately, resisting with all his might the attracting force of the point. Raising her torso from the ground and covering her evil smile with a fan, Nene answered. You yourself said that I cannot inflict damage on you in the current state. I do not have enough strength. Therefore, I scratched the surface of the space in which we exist. A space. Right. A person can recognize only 4 dimensions, but in our world there are 6 more that are in a locked state in the spatial dimension of Calabiyao 1 and are held with the help of a special force field. Our world consists of many endless nodes of this dimension. Now think about what will happen if I use my abilities to weaken one of these nodes. 1. The Calabiyao space, Calabiyao manifold, is a compact complex manifold with a Kepler metric for which the curvature of the manifold vanishes. All these 6 dimensions that a person cannot recognize are compressed by a force field in Calabiyao to a tiny size of 10 cm. If weaken this force field for at least a moment with a little gravitational intervention, the compressed measurements will be released and the whole world will be turned inside out. However, the universe was created in the manner of man. It has the same power of restoration. If the gravitational field of space is damaged by the explosion of a supernova or a black hole, the universe is not destroyed. Possessing the ability to maintain antagonism too, everything is back to square one. 2. Antagonism or fine-tuning of the universe is a concept in theoretical physics, according to which the universe and a number of its components are based not on arbitrary, but on strictly defined values of fundamental constants included in physical laws. The same goes for the temporary weakening of the Calabiyao space node. This space has an incredible force of gravity, which seeks to compress all escaped dimensions to their previous sizes. Take this monster with you. In her weakened state, Nene could not defeat Habub, who is still in a state of excessive awakening. Therefore, it's time to turn to power from the outside. The restoration property of the universe, noticing local damage to space, sought to return everything as it was, and at the same time drag it into Calabiyao Nassim, expelling it from these 4 dimensions. I called this technique the return point. Many years have passed since I created new techniques. When Kuchan left, I was forced to fight in many uninteresting battles. But now, I feel so refreshed after desperate attempts to defeat the monster. Nassim, in gratitude for this fight, I invite you to the other side of the universe. Getting to her feet, she slowly trudged to Nassim and laid her Banero AJ fan on his forehead. Calabi-Yao sucked in his whole body. Only his head with a piece of his neck remained in these 4 dimensions. A chilling sense of fear awoke again in Nassim's heart and fettered his body. It did not go to anything with a past foreboding of death. "Stop it, please stop. I do not want to go there. Kill me. Please kill me," Nassim squealed, at the end kooky with fear. The strongest mercenary in the world begged for mercy without a drop of shame. Eyes wide in surprise, Nene carefully looked at the desperate Nassim. However, in her heart was only the joy of victory. "Sorry, but that is not my strength. I can't control her," Nene said, pressing her fan to Nassim's forehead more strongly. It was as if Nassim's fingers were being opened, which clung to the edge of a steep cliff with all his might so as not to fall off a cliff. Nene pushed him into the Calabi-Yao space. Habuba Nassim al-Salem completely sucked. Point. At this point, their universe officially declined by 1 person. Oh my god. At that moment, when I thought that the last attack of Princess Yaksha turned out to be useless, a colorful light suddenly appeared engulfed Kabub. In the beginning, because of their powerful magical power, the cameras could not broadcast their battle. But after, when the broadcast continued, we witnessed the battle of the devils as if Halloween had arrived. Holding my breath like you, silently watched their battle. But now their monstrous battle is over, and I can continue my work. The commentator complained when the battle before their eyes came to an end. Let me announce a thing that I'm 100% sure of right now. In this incredible battle, the only survivor on the battlefield is Princess Yaksha Nene Seikyo. The commentator loudly announced the name of the winner. Never before in the world has a broadcast of a battle between beings having reached excessive awakening. Spectators, not even aware of the existence of the desperate, could not hide their fear and confusion from what they had just seen. However, Nene managed to return to its previous appearance and defeat Nassim, who remained in the guise of a demon. Therefore, the commentator and the inhabitants of Vermilion breathed a sigh of relief and began to rejoice at her victory. Together with them, she relaxed her shoulders after a grueling battle in Nene. A fight with a powerful opponent and transformation under the influence of excessive awakening is also the first experience in her life. Without a doubt, Habub was the strongest rival in her entire fighting career. He was even stronger than Kurono when they fought in the finals of the 7-Star Sword Art Festival. But I think this did not work with Kuchan. Surely she would have easily got out of the trap, Nene muttered with conviction. Kurono's power allowed him to intervene directly in the spatial dimension of time. Therefore, so easily she would not allow herself to be sucked. Then at the 7-Star Sword Art Festival, I ran into Kurono, and in order to fight it, I had to show great strength. I lost, but my thirst for retribution did not quench. To defeat your eternal rival, you need to achieve even greater strength. Let the body and has limitations, my strength does not stop growing. I truly enjoyed this battle, releasing all my frantic power. Simple battles will no longer bring me pleasure. I want to run into her again to have a great time again. Who would have thought that for the sake of this bastard, I will go so far? But first you need to end the war. Holding this thought in her head, Nene tried to step towards the next battle. Finally, it's time to check. Orgol Puppet King is the only one who has survived from Cledlin's side. Let the Vermilion team lose their representative in the incredible battle between Dirty Rose and the Clumsy Killer. They still have 4 more participants on their feet. Without a doubt, the advantage is completely on their side. Oh, Princess Yaksha. Heck. Unable to hold on, Nene, in the middle of the commentator's speech, fell face down on the ground. A strong adrenaline rush stopped in her body. I have no more strength. the wounds received in the battle with Nassim and the heavy load from excessive awakening began to affect. In her body, the force was squeezed to the last drop. Her body and consciousness are greatly exhausted. It seems I will have to skip the last fight, Nene thought with a bitter smile. Now she is not in a condition to support her. Comrades, fortunately, the advantage is on the side of Vermilion, and they just need to defeat the last representative from Cledland Orgul. Everything will be good. After all, initially the forces of Orgul were not fighting. With the help of his powers, he was good at manipulating people and various things, no more. In addition, although the king of the puppets was a blazer, before this war he preferred to act secretly behind the curtains. I don't think that behind him is a great combat experience. Stella grew up. He is no longer a serious enemy for her. Nene still remembered how determined Stella was from Edelberg. I am counting on you, Stella-chan. Unable to resist fatigue and exhaustion anymore, Nene closed her eyes and her mind fell into darkness. Chapter 21. Forbidden desire. Shortly before the end of the battle between Princess Yaksha and Hubub, between the king of puppets Orgol and the Black Knight Iris Ascarid, a serious battle broke out. Iris from the very beginning of the battle stubbornly pursued Orgol and finally reached its goal. However, she failed to bring her case to the end. Orgol escaped high into the sky from her, and further pursuit was impossible. However, while Orgol was pondering where he would better heal his wounds, he met Stella Vermilion high in the sky. Incinerate everything in its path, the fiery salamander. With tremendous fury, Stella lowered her gigantic fire sword at the Orgol puppet king, who threatened her beloved empire and turned the Cledland kingdom into her puppets. Gaeta, Orgol screamed when a huge fire sword tearing the sky fell on him. However, with his many threads in the air, he managed to evade the attack of Stella. Instead of hitting him, a fire sword fell on the city and cut Lucerne into two. A huge slanting fiery groove on the earth flashed brightly in the night. Great damage from just one technique. However, Stella did not hesitate and immediately went into motion. She immediately realized that her attack did not hit the brisk enemy. In her last words, she made herself clear that she would not forgive him and would not let him escape. Therefore, her reaction was instant. Fluttering her fiery wings harder, she continued to pursue Orgul, who was trying to escape from her by jumping from one thread to another. Jump and flight, the difference in speed is obvious. Stella quickly overtook Orgol. Grand Jignal. Her opponent will not give up so easily. Iris broke his arms, so to move them, Orgol fastened the broken bones with threads and somehow restored their efficiency. Many pointed threads flew towards Stella. Nevertheless, Stella did not suffer at all from the Orgul technique, capable of turning the target into pieces of meat. Putting her sword in front of her, she stopped and cut each of the hundreds of super-sharp threads approaching her in front. GHH. Finally, breaking through, Stella managed to reach Orgul. She dealt a powerful blow to his shoulder, dropping Orgul down to the ground. Holding his back firmly on the ground, Orgul spat out a blood clot due to damage to internal organs. However, he escaped mortal wounds. His whole body was wrapped with threads that were not in the manner of armor, weakened the attack of Stella, and softened the fall to the ground. Standing on his feet, Orgul stared at a soaring fiery knight in the sky, on whose face irritation and impatience were perfectly red. Oh, your strength! You are like a completely different person. What happened to you in such a short period of time? Orgul said in confusion, surprised at the growth of Stella's strength. A week ago, Stella, standing in front of him, did not seem so strong. She was absolutely powerless before the gravitational pull of his fate and the fate of Nassim. This attraction was called a unique causal force, which was held by every desperate, breaking out of the bounds of his fate. Only with a powerful will can you overcome your inner limits, but if you overcome them, you become independent of your fate. Your strength becomes so huge that even without fighting, you are able to stop the heart of the enemy. It was this strength that Stella gained a week ago. Earlier, her heart was chilling, and her legs stopped moving when she sensed the gravitational pull of the fate of Nassim and Orgal. But now everything has changed. Such pressure no longer terrified her heart. Going to the top, she left all fears and vacillations there. But what changed a girl who was previously frightened by the gravitational pull of the desperate? The answer is simple. It was the usual growth of Stella. Then, fighting at the top against a powerful enemy, which even Orgol did not fit into souls, she overcame herself. Even her device, the materialization of the soul, evolved and took a new form. Therefore, fighting against Orgul, Stella immediately noticed that despair, fears, vacillations, all the feelings that she had experienced at the sight of him disappeared. Only fiery desire remained. I want to be proud of my own strength, which my parents and other close people have grown in me. I want all these people to be proud of me, how proud I am of them. Her desire turned into courage, and courage gave her new strength. He went beyond the limits of his potential and personally defeated his fate. That is why the gravitational attraction of these people could no longer act on it. I have nothing to tell you. There is no reason to explain such things to a person to whom all this is alien. Such conversations are absolutely pointless. But I have a counter question that I would like to ask you, said Stella, looking at Orgul with eyes blazing with anger and hatred. What did you do to Lunane? What are you talking about? Clash between two armies in Chaldea. Then Lunane intervened in the slaughter and announced that the war would now turn into a battle between representatives of both sides. But I still can't believe that such a bastard like you quietly obeyed and accepted the offer of Lunane. Then Nene noted that in order to communicate with the devil, a devilish currency is needed. Lunane's face looked very miserable, but she refused to name the price she paid for successful negotiations. I ask again, what did you do with Lunane? Stella asked again, piercing Orgul with angry eyes. Ah, there you are. Orgul opened his mouth without fear. Be sure I did nothing to her. He decided to completely open the veil of truth. When dusk fell on the courtyard, and the battle between the forces of Vermilion and Cledland was in full swing, Lunase was able to escape to me in Lucerne with the help of the Heaven's Gate, previously left by my Nisan. According to the rules of the League, Vermilion wants to continue the fight in the form of a war between the elected representatives of both sides. This kind of struggle is better if you do not want to fight against all the forces of the League at the same time. If you are a rational person, you will immediately accept my offer. To tell you the truth, her proposal did not interest me too much. I did not think her idea was too good. But her next sentence was perfect. She informed me that if I agree to fight according to the rules of the League, then in the event of the defeat of Vermilion and the further takeover of her empire by Cledland, she will personally be responsible for the execution of all war criminals. Really? Sure. I was also very surprised. She stated that if she lost, she would kill Stella Chan and her parents with her own hands. Incredibly smart girl, huh? I liked such negotiations and I gladly accepted her offer. To tell you the truth, I can't even wait. A tremor of the heart, transmitted by the thread when a person kills his beloved. Oh, it is so tasty. But Lunase wants to do something similar on her own, without my compulsion. I wonder what her feelings will be. Maybe she will tremble with disgust at herself that she did such stupidity. Or begins to cry and ask for forgiveness before your death. Oh, so many options. I look forward to her reaction. Orgol spoke so simply of a deal between him and her sister that Stella was speechless. Kill your beloved family with your own hands, and not by compulsion of the enemy, but of their own free will. Lunase offered real hell, which he simply could not refuse. It was this devilish currency that helped her successfully negotiate with the devil. Surely this boy was very happy to make a similar deal with Lunase. At least his cold smile on his face spoke of this. But if we go to the other side of the deal, is Lunase enough that her negotiations were successful? Of course not. Stella knew that Lunase was a smart, noble, and at the same time very good person. Even despite the fact that for successful negotiations she could not offer the best price, Without a doubt, there was no second when Lunase did not stop tormenting and blaming herself. A real nightmare because of which it is impossible to fall asleep. But she, suppressing fear and bitterness in herself, took the burden onto her shoulders. It was her personal lone battle. This piece of shit made a member of my family take a hard choice. Bastard. It is a pity, of course, that now the situation has taken a nasty turn, and I cannot amuse myself with Stella Chan, who is trying so hard. Unfortunately, playing dolls together with Stella Chan and Nissan is impossible. Well, in such a situation, I probably should think about running away. Don't even think about it, said Stella, clutching the levantine hilt harder. Lunase fought alone for too long. Now it's my time to join this battle. Thanks to Nissan, I have gained strength that will help fight this devil. You will not escape alive from this country. I will make you go where everyone fell asleep forever. I will turn your remains to ashes with my own hands and scatter them over the sea. Need to stop this demon right now. No one else in the world should be hurt by his hand. Iscaried-san, I will need your help. With a voice of full determination, Stella screamed to her war ally. Oh, got it. Immediately at the command of Stella, Askrid picked up her halberd and attacked. You too, are you really so cowardly? Whispered a pale Urgol. Although I worry about Princess Yaksha's condition, the war is not over yet. Let's leave Princess Yaksha in the care of the medical team, and let us return to the next battle. Well, Vermilion, who is fighting for survival in this war, has a great chance of winning. Vermilion has a big advantage, because Cledland has the last only representative. Namely, the well-known bastard, King of Puppets Urgol. The Crimson Princess Stella Vermilion arrived in the part of the city where the stubborn struggle between the Black Knight and the King of Puppets took place, which a little earlier defeated the new king, Johann Christoph von Kolbrand. All this time, the cameras transmitted the image of the place where the battle between Nene and Nassim took place. But now, the cameras have switched to one of the residential areas of Lucerne, which was located near the royal palace, blown up by the star hammer of Tatara. Hey, Lisa. GH. Come on, come on, come on. Crimson Princess, Black Knight, they do not stop their pursuit and inflict a powerful series of attacks on the King of Puppets, a truly incredible power due of the knights. The King of Puppets can only defend himself. He can do nothing. Look how pathetic he looks. Ah, the Puppet King is again trying to jump on a thread and escape high into the sky. Do not run away. Garg. But Stella Chan immediately drops him down. All attempts by the Puppet King to escape high into the sky are futile, because Stella Chan has the ability to fly. All escape routes are blocked. Oh, the Black Knight menacingly swung his huge battle halberd and tried to decapitate the King of the Puppets. God, only at the last moment he managed to evade the attack. But Stella Chan is ready to attack. Stella's wings widened. A huge burst of heat and all its feathers, turning into rain of fire, attacked Urgol crawling on the ground. There is no chance that he will somehow manage to avoid her attack. Direct hit. The whole body of the King of Puppets turned black. God, look at his leg. It looks like the bombardment of Stella Chan was a success. His leg is twisted in the wrong position. He obviously will not be able to escape from them anymore. It can be stated that the joint attack of the Black Knight and the Crimson Princess practically failed. The Puppet King is very close to defeat. Do not forget that the format of the war is the royal battle. Joint attacks of both representatives of Vermilion are not a sign of cowardice at all. Perhaps if the fools from Cledland followed the same tactics, their affairs would be much better. Stella was a truly powerful knight. Her huge fire sword, under the influence of the fiery salamander, easily turning all her enemies into ashes, fell on a seriously wounded enemy. But Urgol again jumped aside and escaped deadly technology. You may ask, how can he move with a broken leg? The answer is simple. He again used his threads stretched across the city. It was they who dragged him aside and saved his life. However, Stella suggested that Urgol would use her threads to dodge. Her previous attack did not seek to crush him, but to lure him into a trap. After evading, he found himself on a sloping plot of land. Having hardly escaped a mortal attack, he landed right in the hands of the Black Knight Iris Ascaried. The brilliance of the blade and the huge battle halberd, bearing only destruction, fell on him. Her attack easily turned to dust any obstacle in its path. If her strike hits the target, this attack will end the war. But still, Orgol was faster. Wow. Right at the moment when the halberd Iris was supposed to behead him, Orgol hit his right foot on the ground. The threads, having received his command, were instantly cut through on a cobblestone pavement, where he lay, a spider-shaped H-shaped hole. And Orgol's body collapsed down. He fell straight into the sewer. Iris assumed that he would try to dodge her blow to the right, left, or into the sky, but she did not expect Orgol to fall underground. Her halberd was cut only by air and did not hurt the falling boy. However, falling into the sewers was not his goal. Orgol understood that in a confined space with no chance of escape, Stella's attack would no doubt reach him. So he released the thread, wrapped it on the handle of the battle halberd Iris, and pulled his body back to the surface. A little earlier, he had broken bones in his leg and was able to move again. Therefore, barely touching the ground with his feet, he cut the threads from the halberd and ran away at a distance from Iris and Stella. He was in a difficult position, but still retained sobriety of his mind and the ability to think rationally. Though, God, like a cockroach, this cheeky bastard continues to make escape attempts, but just look at him. The impudent grin on his face was completely replaced by a desperate expression. Attack after attack, his rivals do not even give time to rest. I can already see how he approaches his physical and mental limits. I am sure their battle will soon come to an end. All right, as the commentator said, Orgol was approaching his limits. After all, Stella and Iris are knights who are quite capable of defeating Orgol. Orgol's abilities are not so good for a direct battle. It is difficult for him to fight even with one opponent. And then Stella and Iris teamed up and attacked. Together, without a doubt, he will be caught soon. This fact was no longer a secret to anyone. It should be so, but... agility. Orgol does not stop nimbly, evading their attacks. But this is not the main problem. Excitement caused the Black Knight Iris Ascaried. Ascaried-san, are you okay? Yes, do not worry about me. But Stella was worried anyway. The reason their joint attack failed was because the Iberus halberd lunges became softer. Softer. For example, if you take that Orgol escape to the sewers. If she attacked at her former speed, the halberd Iris beheaded Orgol before he escaped from her. Stella was absolutely sure of that. Indeed, in the past she fought against Iris and knew what she was capable of. Stella's anxiety was justified. What can I say? Iris, who told Stella that she was in perfect order, understood that Orgol had managed to escape again only because of her negligence. Why? Ascaried clenched her teeth under the visor. Is her hatred not enough? Or is the enemy too powerful, and she just can't handle it? Well, no. The difference in strength between Iris and Orgol is obvious. He manages to escape from her only because of negligence on her part. Even before Stella arrived, Orgol tried to provoke Iris with the help of a puppet show that recreated that terrible event. This provocation forced her to lose all self-control and rush into battle. Her attack and defense was brutal, but even in such an extravagant state, Iris managed to fight alone and practically kill Orgol. But now, everything is different. Iris's movements clearly became much slower than Stella. Something is clearly happening to her. But what, you ask? The reason is in her head. Iris's thoughts were in complete disarray. What is happening to me? When I grabbed his thin neck in a vice, the face of the dying Orgol turned blue with suffocation, and my mouth, opening and closing, made no sound. She squeezed his neck tightly, so not a single word could fly out of his throat. But even by the silent movement of Orgol's lips, Iris knew what he was asking her for. Please, have mercy, Nisan. He prayed to save his life, the request of the devil who played with other people's lives for his pleasure. Stupid request, People like him do not have the right to ask for mercy. But still, when she realized that Orgol was trying to tell her, her hand loosened her grip. And this action very confused her. And even now, she was quite capable of catching and killing Orgul, even without Stella's help. But at the very last moment, when she was supposed to cut off Orgol's life, her hand slowed down. Why? Iris could not understand her feelings. Does she pity this devil? That can't be. It just can't be. Why should I keep him alive? After all, I still remember how Orgol used me to kill parents and other villagers. That scene of hell even now stands before my eyes. Order to kill everyone, slaughter in the church, screams of pain and horror. All these memories still burn in my memory. Iris Goal, everything that happened in your village is entirely your fault. That's right, it's my fault. Iris agreed with the words of Levi Ascarid, head of the French headquarters of the International League of Mages Knights, which after the incident took her under her guardianship. As Orgul's older sister, I was obliged to notice possible anomalies in the personality of my younger brother. If I were more attentive, perhaps this event did not happen. But what happened, what happened? The past cannot be fixed. Therefore, my main duty is to put an end to the tragedy. What happened that day should not happen anymore. For this I, Iris Goal, have survived to this day. Her scream shook the skies. Magical light, resembling a lilac flame, again burst from every slit of her Ori Halkus armor. Fighting internal contradictions, Iris violently attacked Orgul. Hearing her loud scream of war, he instantly turned his attention to her. And Stella did not miss this moment. Hylia. GHHH. She quickly descended from the sky and swung the levitine. Orgol, distracted by Iris, missed the point for dodging. His armor of spiderweb threads took the blow of Stella's sword, dispersing the impulse of her attack. His armor withstood the attack. But Iris, now, cried Stella, pushing him even fiercerely. The difference in power between the web nest and the levitine was minimal. If Orgul's armor was even slightly weaker, Stella's levitine could easily break through the threads and kill Orgul. Now Orgulu cannot escape. Stella understood that something was happening with Iris, but without her help, she could not defeat him. However, she instantly answered Stella's call. Reducing the distance with huge leaps, she waved her battle halberd high and abruptly lowered down to Orgul. And no, I do not want to die, help me, save me, Nisan. Orgul's multicolored eyes widened with fear, and at that very moment, a scene popped up in Iris's head, which she seemed to have hidden far away in her heart. Suddenly, a scene surfaced in front of Iris that she should never have seen again. Instead of the night city of Lucerne, where she fought all this time, Iris faced a burning fireplace. Wood-paneled walls. Furniture well matched to the interior of the room. Beautiful small glass animal figures. No doubt it was her hometown in which she was born and raised, the house she lost. Usually, the place where Iris lived with her parents was quiet and calm, but that day was filled with great fuss. The culprit of the bustle was a loud cry for children. God, what an energetic scream! I can't even believe that it is published from such a small body. However, do not worry, everything is fine with him. Oh, thank God. The midwife handed the crying child to her father while her mother, all sweaty, lay on the bed. Hearing the words of the midwife, the mother nodded with a relieved smile. Darling, he has your facial features. Yes, and really. Atu-san, Iris also wants to hold it in his hands. Please show it to me. I complained loudly, jumping on the spot, trying to make out the baby. Then, after my requests, the father holding the child leaned towards me. Orlius, look, this is your Nichan. My first acquaintance with Orlius Goal. The first thing I noticed was his multicolored irises of the right and left eye. I, like this baby, inherited such eyes from my parents. He has the same eyes as mine. It was at that moment that little Iris felt a strong blood connection. And it seems, not only her. And, what? As soon as Orleus met his eyes with Iris, he immediately stopped crying. Gently opening his eyelids completely, Orleus began to squeeze and unclench the small fists of his not yet strong hands. It was as if he wanted something. Carefully stretching out his little hands, he gripped Iris's finger tightly as far as his strength allowed. Kaya. He laughed. He, you seem to love your Ni-chan. Iris, today you have become an older sister. Therefore, please guard Orleus. On that day, my mother called me an older sister and asked me to protect this baby. Then I did not know how to react to her words. After all, for me, our family simply increased, no more. But this feeling is from a small pen holding my finger. A weak grip trying to hold me back. It was so sweet. I am. Yeah, sure. What? Out of amazement, Stella continued to hold Orgul wide open. The terrible battle halberd of Iris fell directly on her. A powerful blow lifted a pillar of dust into the air. What? Instead of killing the puppet king, the battle halberd of the Black Knight attacked Stella-chan, who had been holding him all this time. What's happening? The goal was too close to miss. Did the king of the puppets take control of her? What happened on the battlefield shocked both the commentator and all the spectators. Of course, Stella managed to cope with a sudden attack from Iris. But, like all viewers, she was also confused. Ascarid-san, why? In extreme confusion asked Stella. Perhaps the king of puppets applied his noble art and used manipulation techniques that deprive people of their freedom of action. Holding this thought in her head, Stella continued to analyze the current situation. Ni-san. It seems that apart from Stella, the commentator and all the spectators, Iris Orgul himself was confused by the behavior of Iris. If he took control of Iris, his eyes would not be so perplexed. Turning her gaze back to Iris, Stella stared at her intently. Too many dazed eyes stared at one person. Garia. Ascarid-san. An outstretched arm with a battle halberd froze in the air. The body of Iris, clad in Orihalcus armor, trembled greatly. A heartbreaking scream flew out of the slots of the visor. Hearing this scream, Stella rushed to her. The first thought in her head said to take care of Iris. But, please, I'm sorry. Immediately after these words, Stella's body stopped. Cold sweat broke through her, as if the fiery blood of a dragon had suddenly turned into icy water. Why are you asking for forgiveness? Why are you asking for forgiveness? Did you apologize for falling under the control of Orgul? No, not like this. Orgul himself is puzzled. He clearly does not control Iris. Then, what does her apology mean? Forgive the defense, or, asked Stella, afraid of the answer to her question. No, it is impossible. Please tell me this is not true. But Iris did not answer her question. Instead of answering, she turned her back to Orgul and pointed her battle halberd at Stella. What are you doing, Iris Ascarid? Cried Stella, watching her face full of rage over the actions of Iris. But even after these furious words of Stella, Iris did not answer. Instead, she turned to Orgul, who stood bewildered behind her. Run away, Orleus. Ni-san. You can't win, run. Confused by Iris's earlier behavior, Orgul's face joyfully brightened. He realized that she wanted to save him. Got it. Thank you very much, Ni-san. I knew that you were always on my side. Orgul had no idea what was going on in Iris's head, but she had just saved him from death. Thank you, Ni-san. I love you. Jumping instantly onto the strings, he escaped from Stella high into the sky. Of course, Stella cried out, "Wait!" But Iris still stood in front of her. Hey, stop fooling around. I'm really angry now. What nonsense is happening before our eyes? The battle was just about to end, but something strange happened. The Black Knight Iris Ascarid turned her back on the Puppet King and covered him. With her back from Stella-chan, She helped him escape from death. According to the rules, this is a direct violation and the Black Knight is disqualified. But unfortunately, now there is no judge nearby who could stop her. What's happening? What happened to the Black Knight? This sudden, absurd behavior of one of the participants spread throughout the globe. Millions of people fell into confusion from what they just saw. The Vermilion Empire was no exception, and the League troops called up for help, of course, too. Oh shit. The home of the Black Knight was France, or more precisely, Paris. Her guardian, Levi Askrid, lived here, who was closely watching the broadcast of the battle at the French headquarters of the International League of Mages Knights. Secretary, a serious problem has occurred. Black Knight, she was like a daughter to you. Heth, I saw it, sighed a tall woman with an eye patch over the words of a young employee who was perplexedly watching the emergency from the monitor. Then why you're so calm? It wouldn't hurt you to pull yourself together. The employee gasped in indignation. Her bright red hair flashed angrily like flames. Sensing the anger of a subordinate, Levi Ascarid, known by the nickname Bayonet, opened her mouth. When I heard the story of Albino Dono, who participated in the secret incident of the Bloody Cross, I wondered. Levi began her speech, resting her hands on her forehead. The memories of that day immediately surfaced in her head. On that terrible day, Oben's detachment arrived in the village. Orleus, the main culprit, was still in the church. All this time he manipulated his sister Iris, the only survivor, and it was with her help that he wanted to escape from the scene. However, despite his talent, Orgol was still a child. Oben's squad, driving him into a dead end, inflicted fatal wounds on Iris. It was then that Oben's detachment came across a surprise. Lying Iris, having risen due to awakening, attacked again. Its power has increased so much that previous attacks before awakening could not be compared. At the same time, Oben's detachment decided to temporarily retreat and give Orgul a chance to escape a long enough distance so that his control over Iris would weaken. After reviewing the incident report, Levi wondered, what influenced Iris's awakening? Awakening is to overcome the limits of its own thanks to a strong ego. In order to achieve such a state, you need an incredibly strong will and longing. There were no problems with the will, but as for the desire, Levi announced to little Iris that her awakening was due to the fact that, having not noticed anomalies in the behavior of her brother, she could not stop Orgol and prevent the tragedy. However, there was another possible reason for the awakening, from which it was simply impossible to dismiss it. Is it possible that the reason Iris has awakened is due to the fact that would she like to protect her brother from the beginning? It is your fault. It is you, as an older sister, that is responsible for all the murders of your brother. You have reached awakening only by realizing your responsibility. That day, I intentionally drove these thoughts into Iris, which was so exhausted that I was not even able to think soberly. Why did you do this? You ask why. Having heard this question of the employee, Levi gritted her teeth. If this turned out to be true, do you think she wanted to live? Can you even imagine her feelings if she realized that she killed her parents and friends in order to protect this devil? And no one can accept these feelings, neither she nor other people. All that awaited her was a slow self-flagellation alone with herself. That would be too cruel to her. Levi did not want Iris to realize the real truth. She did not want this girl to continue to suffer. It was for this reason that Levi intentionally pushed Iris to account. She thought that someday this false aspiration would become a real feeling for which Iris would continue her struggle. But Levi's wish never came true. The false anger with which Iris was supposed to eliminate Orgol easily collapsed. Real desire was contrary to false duty. Shit, in anger, struck Levi on the table. Secretary. No matter how hard she tried, everything turned out to be useless. Right now, Iris was defending Orgul. It was clear to all viewers. The real truth has spread all over the world. People who had previously been perplexed by the behavior of Iris fell into real righteous anger. Millions of eyes stared at Iris. Among them, of course, was the angry look of the Crimson Princess. So everything was a lie. All your words that you wanted to avenge all the people killed by your brother and prevent new tragedies were a lie. You lied to me from the very beginning. But Iris remained silent. After a short apology, she ignored all of Stella's questions and continued to point her halberd at her. However, Iris Stella regarded the silence as agreement. Well, I understood everything. Well, I won't ask you to stop again. Stella's voice, ringing with anger, calmed down. Her burning anger in the eyes also died out. Is it possible to say that Stella's rage has disappeared? No, the reason was completely different. Right now, Stella recognized her enemy as Iris. It is useless to shoot an angry gaze. It is time to show your feelings with a sword. Right now, I will destroy you, said Stella, lifting her levitine into the sky. Iris's reaction was instant. Lowering the center of gravity, she stood in a protective stance. This served as a signal for the attack of Stella. Stronger grasping the hilt of her sword, Stella rushed at full speed to her enemy. Rather, she wanted to do it, but... Stop, Stella. The clash of the Crimson and Black Knights was stopped by a loud cry, breaking the darkness of the night. Both of them knew this voice. Riku. Their gaze simultaneously stared at the young guy. It really was the Ikki Kuragain mediocre knight. Walking calmly to Stella, he immediately directed his blade at the Black Knight Iris Ascaried. I have to do it myself. I knew this would happen, but I didn't react at all. This event occurred when the day of the decisive battle was delayed. After an overnight state funeral, Ikki was about to return to the cooked room to rest before tomorrow's war with Cledland. What? Ikki suddenly saw for himself a figure, which at the end of a darkened corridor leaned its back against its door. Ikki also noticed the silhouette. He had slightly trimmed hair and a sharp look. Even at that distance, the guy realized who it was. He had little contact with this man, but without a doubt he was a murderer from a secret criminal organization, the hulking killer Yui Tatara. Tatara-san, something happened. Why are you here in such a place? Hearing Ikki's question, the girl stepped back from the door and headed toward him. I waited for you, and quite a long time, so you are today. Although no, it has already arrived tomorrow. Decided to spend time usefully until the sun again falls below the horizon. What a playful boy. We did nothing. I just met with Stella and told her that tomorrow I will give all the best. Oh, really? So you belong to those guys who like to paint lips with female lipstick. Oh, Ikki cried out, quickly wiping his mouth. However, the efforts were in vain. His cuffs did not turn red. He, I was joking. Although, as I thought, the two of you really did something good. Hearing such insolent words addressed to him, Ikki's face turned red. Stop laughing at me. We did not do anything strange. We just kissed and that's it. There were no perversions that you thought, Tatara-san. Take it easy. Whatever you do, it is absolutely not interesting to me. If you don't care, then why are you saying such things? Ikki sighed wearily, relaxing his shoulders. Then, without hiding his irritation to the interlocutor, he asked a question. What do you need, Tatara-san? Have you been waiting here all this time just to tease me? Do you have so much free time? He could not believe that all this time she just stood here to laugh at him. Yes, definitely, Haya. It was pretty sudden. When the distance between them has decreased to about 1 meter, Tatara sharply urged his device chainsaw, Dzizuri Mukade, and put it to his neck Ikki. Now the blade of her chainsaw did not move, but the power of this weapon was quite enough to cut off the head of her opponent. The Tatter's device, breaking through the darkness of the night, stopped about 5 centimeters from the carotid artery of Ikka. However, she did not voluntarily stop her attack. Quickly, Tatara's eyes were surprised to find that the blade, which was darker than night, was pressed to her neck. This dark blade of Intetsu was a materialization of the soul of Ikki Kuragain. His blade was pressed strongly against Tatara's neck. The slightest careless movement and her head will fall from her shoulders. Even though I began to act first, your blade touched my body faster than mine. It seems that the situation has now gone in the wrong direction. Relax, I was just checking you. I really hope for it. I would also like you to remove your chainsaw and finally tell you what you need. Hee, okay, Tatara grinned, removing her chainsaw, with which Ikki could not take his eyes off. I wanted to make sure you were in shape. I hope you are ready for battle right now. And now, war will begin only when the sun rises and again falls below the horizon. That is, Ikki has even more time for half a day. What battle did Tatara mention? Yes, now, I am going to kill one person, and you are obliged to help me with this. Tatara answered his question. Such an answer to the question made Ikki even more surprised. With aggression in his voice, he asked the girl a new question. And who are you going to kill? The Black Knight Iris Iscaried. What? From the mouth of Tatara sounded the name of his dear ally, with whom he had fought earlier in the war. Ikki was so surprised that even for some time he forgot about breathing. However, such a surprise did not make him lose his head. I hope this is a misunderstanding. I am not going to agree to such things, and if you don't tell me right now why you need her death, I won't let you go from this place. Don't get into a fever, better start asking questions. Indeed, without good reason, Tatara would not have asked him to help in such a dirty business. The guy really liked Tatara, praising him with the words, "How wonderful that I chose you." She looked at Ikki with a serious look. The reason is very simple. This girl is a risk factor in our group. A risk factor? She's the real blood sister of Orgol. It's very unhealthy, I tell you, to fight in the same team with this girl. With the words of Tatara, Ikki did not agree. I do not think so. She is his blood relative, so most of all she wants to stop Orgul. Surely her desire to do away with everything is even stronger than that of Stella. Ikki shook his head. But Tatara had a counter-argument to his words. Then on Edelberg, when she talked about how Orgol destroyed her hometown, she did not feel hatred towards her brother in her words. Instead of this feeling, she overwhelmed us with some responsibility for which she had to take revenge. But that's nothing. You cannot be so sure. It is impossible to deny the option that Tatara simply winds itself. However, Tatara quickly interrupted him, without even letting him speak. My fears are not groundless. Her intention to kill is too impulsive. Anger is simulated and does not come from the heart. She gets confused and hesitant when she says that she wants to kill her younger brother. I understand that it's hard for unprepared people to notice, but she told us that her brother used her as a tool for killing, and now her main duty is to prevent new tragedies. It was for this purpose that she lived to this point. Her words. In them there was absolutely no real anger to her goal. He killed her parents, close friends. So kill him in response too. This man has done a lot of terrible things with you, you do. Not have to forgive him, harbor revenge, kill him. This is a normal reaction. But this girl continues to search for common sense in the murder of her brother among strangers. What for? It is as if she was deceiving her consciousness with other people's arguments. All this is very difficult, so just do not read the mind in someone else's head. I understand, Tatara answered. To Ikki did not have time to express his counter-argument, she added. When it comes to murderous intentions, no, I'm a professional in this. Her expression and tone was confident. Ikki understood that Tatara was absolutely serious. He was not at that moment when Iris was talking about Orgol. Therefore, all these words only led him into confusion. Iris is probably aware that her intention to kill is not emotion, but someone else's thought, and now she is trying to convince herself that this thought is her real emotion. I suspect that once upon a time a person, noticing the danger in her psyche, specially introduced this thought into her head. Iris still does not know. But on the battlefield, all these false feelings will open up, and she will not be able to kill or ghoul. You must understand this. Of course, I could be wrong, but such an ally in the team makes me seriously nervous. The alignment of participants 5-4 is much better than 6-4. To be safe, we must kill her tonight. I need your strength, because if we do not hurry, it will be too late. That is why Tatara continued to wait for Ikki until late at night. Ikki had no answer to her words. He did not want to believe Tatara's arguments, but without a doubt, her assumption makes sense to exist. The feelings of relatives cannot be measured with the head. How they work is also not known. Therefore, the anxiety of the Tatters is logical. Ikki himself did not know Iris closely enough, therefore, he could not say that such a balance of events was impossible. But, besides me, did you still communicate with someone? No, I do not trust Princess Yaksha, so it would be foolish to expect cooperation from her. Gorilla is also useless. She is too naive and would not accept a single reasonable argument. That's why I turned to you. Tatara shook her head. That's how it is, Ikki said with relief. Now I fully understand your fears, but still I will not cooperate with you. Aren't you in this country to protect this gorilla? It is for this reason that I am here. You do not believe me. Not really. I understand that Ascarid-san is our risk factor. Then why do you refuse? Why don't you want to collaborate with me? Sighing, Ikki said. I watched her. Kept an eye on her. Tatara-san, so that you know, long before the moment you joined us, Ascarid-san saved us in Cledland. That was the reason Ikki refused to offer Tatara. Deep within himself, he dimly believed that the Black Knight was an ally. Moreover, maybe this sounds old-fashioned, Ikki did not want to kill people. He looked closely at her, and still remembered the scene when Stella flew into the palace, and Iris fell to her knees and trembled with horror. For Iris, her brother was a symbol of fear and despair, which took everything from her. Ikki's hands remembered the cold of her shoulders when he touched her, but still, she did not run away. It seemed that out of fear, she was supposed to freeze in place. But thanks to the sense of duty of the older sister and the sense of justice of the knight, she did not run away and continued to confront or ghoul. This was enough for Ikki to consider her noble, bold, and trustworthy. Therefore, Tatara-san, your words that her presence in our team does not bear any advantage are true. It is impossible to deny the chance that she can betray us in the middle of the battlefield. But still, I believe her. Looking at his face, Tatara sighed. She realized that she could not convince his iron will. Without your help, I cannot defeat her. No Kuragenkan, your judgments can destroy the most precious thing in your life. Tatara-san, you're kind. And thank you for thinking a lot about Stella. Hey, you, why are you imagining yourself? I just shared my professional opinion and wanted you to join my strategy. I don't care about that gorilla. I hope you understand, huh? Tatara shouted at Ikki. Her whole face turned red. She immediately turned her back to him, but even on her shoulders, one could understand that she was very angry. Now you are in the know. I leave everything to you. Tatara-san, thank you very much for everything. Hey you, although, please. At that moment, Tatara wanted to nail him, but she did not voice her threat. After all, at first she thought that he was laughing at her because she had earlier ridiculed his relationship with Stella. However, when Tatara turned and looked into his face, she saw that there was not a drop of foolishness in Ikka's face. His face was so full of determination that goosebumps ran down her back. It is true that this guy understood that the fate of a person dear to him depends on his decision. Further words will be superfluous. It was at that moment that Ikki decided, since he refused to cooperate with Tatar then. Thanks to Tatara-san, I was ready for that. That is why I will take full responsibility on myself and fight against it myself. Yui Tatara, thanks to her intuition and insight of the killer, had foreseen this situation in advance. She even tried to take measures to prevent this from happening, but my decision prevented her. I wanted to believe in the nobility of Iris, but everything was a mistake. Now that she has betrayed us, I need to personally take responsibility for all this. Therefore, Stella, please leave Ascarid-san on me. You must catch Orgul, Ikki said to his ally, Stella, directing the intets toward Iris. But Stella did not agree with his words. Don't be an idiot. Have you already forgotten our battle with her after the 7-Star Sword Art Festival? She calmly fought against the two of us. We must fight together again. No, now everything is completely different. Ikki rejected her words. Ikki refused her help not at all, because he made a promise to Tatara, simply. Stella, you are the only one with the ability to fly. Only you can catch Orgul, who escaped to heaven. If he eludes us now, someday such a tragedy will happen again. You and I are knights, and our main duty is to protect ordinary people. We must defeat him here and now. Ikki understood his duty as a knight mage. Beloved, please do not worry about me. Everything will be fine. Go, Stella. You weren't the only one trained at the top of Edelberg. Now I have become much stronger. You didn't forget my past promise, right? Duty of the Night Mages. No doubt Ikki was right when he reminded her of this, but Stella wanted to object to him anyway. The adversary he wants to fight against is in 4th place in the A-League. She does not want to leave her lover alone with the Black Knight, who is so close to absolute power in this world. However, Stella said nothing. After all, danger was not only waiting for Ikki. He told her to continue to chase the Orgol Puppet King, a job far from safe. However, despite all the circumstances, Ikki did not express concern about her. He did not offer her to fight together, and that means that he believed in her. So Stella also needs to be believed. Oh, what a complex and selfish demand. All people on Earth are afraid of losing their loved ones. This is much worse than death itself. You can't just take and immediately accept such a request. But I will believe. After all, this request comes from Ikki Kuragain, and he always managed to prove to me that the impossible is possible. This man is very strong. Right. And he will not die. Right. After graduating from her internal soliloquy, Stella flapped her wings and flew into the sky. She did not even turn toward Ikki, just picked up and rushed high up. Now her main goal was to catch the enemy and eliminate. At the moment when Stella spread her wings, Ascaris tried to take action and bring her down. But nothing came of her. She was never able to make her knees bounce up. The fact is that when she was distracted from Stella and looked at Ikki, who suddenly came to them on the battlefield, she felt something sharp, like a thread, touching her neck under the armor. It was nothing more than the gravitational pull, the fate of Ikki Kuragain. By intimidation, he made her feel what would happen to her if she distracted from him. That is why Iris was forced to postpone measures about Stella, and she safely flew away in pursuit of Orgol. Iris and Ikki, only they stayed in this residential area of Lucerne. If you want to help Orgol, then you first need to deal with this knight. Just thinking about it, Iris's neck was stabbed again. No doubt his intimidation wished her death. If she nevertheless tried to stop Stella, Ikki's blade would have stuck into her neck. He is serious. Absolutely serious, and was about to end her. As expected. After all, his eyes, like Stella's, are probably burning with anger. He despises me for helping Orgol. I myself can't believe it, and I can't even forgive myself for this. But I definitely noticed. When I squeezed my brother's neck in a vice, and his death was never closer, I realized that I could not kill him. I do not want him to die. This suddenly realized truth could not disappear from my head. No matter how I convince myself, no matter how the former allies accuse me of betrayal, Irisgol must do so. Therefore, please forgive me. It's hard for me to raise my face when I say these words to them. After all, these apologies, like sharp knives, shred my lungs. It even becomes difficult for me to breathe. After all, I understand that in such a situation I have no right to ask for forgiveness. However, Ikki still answered her words. Ascarid-san, you are free to choose your own path. And such unexpected words, Ikki greatly confused Iris. What does he mean? And then Iris noticed that there was no anger and rage in Ikki's eyes, just a little sadness. You understood what you were doing. Each night mage has his own path in life. It characterizes the dignity and personality of a knight, and let your choice betray betrayal and contempt. Iris herself chose this, therefore. So that's exactly what you wanted. Even now, I cannot imagine all the suffering that has befallen your fate. But even though you trembled with fear, you did not stop your struggle. You yourself have chosen your own path, so I don't want to talk about what's right and how dead people reacted to it. What should he do? What to do with a man who twice saved his life? Ikki thought and found a solution. Then Tatara gave him advice. There are many knights in their world that need to be killed. If some paths are incompatible, only one thing remains. I think we don't need a lot of words. After all, we are knights. With my weak strength, I will break your knight's path. May the sword judge them. Ikki made it clear that he wouldn't let her go to Stella. His view was different from other people. Staring at her, Ikki considered Iris to be his equal enemy. The look that saved Iris. Everyone saw in her only a despicable traitor, but this guy recognized her as an equal opponent. A sense of gratitude, the overflowing heart of Iris, began to come out through tears. She wanted to thank Ikki, but... And SB. She didn't let the words come out of her mouth. Iris deliberately strangled those emotions in herself and simply looked at Ikki. Thank you is such a sweet word. Let me want to say something like that, but I will restrain myself. This guy standing in front of me, he so proudly declared himself my enemy. Why can't I do this? I'm tired of being sentimental. That's enough for me. Spread your chest. Let my choice be considered unacceptable, and many cannot forgive me for it, but I want to be proud of myself. I want to look proud in front of this amazing guy who recognized my choice. I will no longer show this unsightly side. The turning point in her life. Right now, Iris' goal is overwhelmed with determination to give her life for the chosen path. Night blocking her path to her brother, she was ready to crush any barrier. The earth went cracked beneath her feet. Iris directed the halberd at Ikki. From every part of her body, a bright light gushed in different directions. Like a severe hurricane, the trees in the neighborhood creaked, and all the windows crashed in nearby houses. All this was not magical power. Iris has laid bare her sword's spirit. Incredible power. It looks very scary. Her intimidation is twice as strong as in our first battle. The only time in my life I sensed something like that. This was when I first met the Ewingweed Diptera at the Akatsuki Academy. Now the power of Iris really scared. However, this is not surprising. After all this time her true desire was in a position where the mind and body contradicted each other. But having learned her true desire, she became a completely different person. Even in the Major League of Kings of the Knights, she did not show herself to be real. For the first time, I really fight with an adversary who is practically located on top of absolute power. The result of our battle can be only one, someone's death. But even realizing this, I will not run away. My body is no longer trembling. The heart that screamed for him to run away when he first met Edelweiss now calmly watched the enemy. I'm no longer afraid or sorry. I feel how much grown since that day. The determination of both sides has been strengthened. Therefore, only one thing remains, to check whose chosen path will be stronger. Only one person is allowed to live on. Under the flag of the International League of Mages Knights, a knight student of the first year of the Hagun Academy, the King of Swords of the 7 Stars of Ikki Kuragain. He will oppose a 4th-rank knight from the Major League of Kings of Knights, Iris Ascarid. Enough words, let the battle begin.